sudah ada kritikan taxpayer punya duit itu apa hasil yang dipak kepada masyarakat sudah ada tu, maka universiti berdasarkan cerita kita dan saya menjaga itu adalah jaminan hubungan masyarakat.
pancur sisa melameringmu bagai turang aleman di dakalatmu bekel masanya duan dando aleka di tamu duan dando aleka di tamu.
Lari Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining this Zoom meeting today. And also good morning, Dr. Y. How's your day, doctor? Is it good, doctor?
Good morning, Yola. Good morning, everyone. I'm fine today.
Okay, today we will continue our lesson with Dr. Y. I hope you guys have a same spirit as the last week. Please prepare your question as much as you can because today is our last meeting with Dr. Y. Okay, can we start now, doctor?
Okay, sure. Thank you very much. Let me
Okay.
just share my screen.
Okay, enjoy the class, doctor.
Thank you. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, doctor.
All right. Can you hear me clearly?
Good news, the
Yes, doctor.
Okay, so let me just start my lecture today. Thank you very much for joining this session once again. So I'm Dr. Y. Chung. I'm from the University Kebangsaan Malaysia. Thank you for having me to deliver this guest lecture. This topic is on the wage differentials and the minimum wage in Malaysia. So when we talk about the wage differential, we may think about differences in the wage that are due to the differences in terms of the human capital, like what we have learned last week. Last week we have learned about the human capital theory. We know that the greater the amount of the human capital in terms of education, training, health, stock, etc., so the greater the level of the productivity, and in turn, the earnings will be increased as well. Now, that means that the differences in the amount of human capital will determine the amount of the earnings that we are going to get in the job market. But sometimes, even when people with the same amount of the human capital, by right, they should be given the same salary. They should be offered the same salary and the same earnings. But in this case, their salaries are different. So for example, when a man gets higher salary compared to the women, whereas the man and the women are equally educated, equally trained, and equally experienced, yet their salaries are different. So what is the explanation for that? Can we say that because their productivity related characteristics are different? No. So after considering some other characteristics that will improve the productivity and in turn improve the salaries, and yet the salaries are still different. The salaries are still different between these group of persons, the majority group and the minority group, or maybe the man and the women, or maybe workers of different races, or workers of different skin color, so the white compared to the black. So in this case, we say that the wage differentials may not be motivated by the differences in the amount of human capital, but it could be due to how these groups of workers are being treated in the job market. And in this case, we say that it could be due to the discrimination. Now, today, what I'm going to share with you actually are coming from the book, the standard textbook of the labor economics. It's written by George Bourgeois, all right? And together with a few journal articles, I'm going to share with you on the topic of the wage differentials that are due to the discrimination. And right after we talk about the wage differentials that are due to discrimination and also that are due to differences in the characteristics of human capital, we'll move on to another topic on the minimum wage, okay? So with a special reference to Malaysian case. Okay, now, like I mentioned just now, so the which can be different. And the difference in the which can be due to the differences in terms of the amount of the human capital possessed. But in this case, if let's say the which is different and it is not something to do with the differences in the characteristics, and we can say that it may be something that is due to discrimination. All right. Now, the discrimination can be in the form of the racial discrimination, the sex discrimination, all right, or the skin color, and it can come in the form of employer discrimination, the employee discrimination, and the customer's discrimination. Now, the employer discrimination means that the discrimination or the maltreatment actually come from the employer. So in this case, the employer may discriminate to workers in terms of hiring, in terms of the salary paid, and in terms of the job promotion as well. All right. So, well, that discrimination could be due to the prejudicial behavior of the employer. And that is due to his preference. Maybe he dislikes a certain group of people, and he has a favoritism towards certain group of the workers. So that will result in a discrimination from the employer. Whereas the employee discrimination means that the discrimination occurs among the workers, probably because that certain workers come from certain group, or certain demographic group may not be interested to work with workers or colleagues from another demographic group. Okay, so for example, the male may not want to work with a female due to certain reason. All right, and the discrimination can come from the customer as well. In this case, the customer actually discriminates against the workers who serve him or her. All right, so of course, it will result in the remuneration that could be received by the workers serving this customer. All right, so whatever the form of the discrimination it could be, so in this case, definitely it will affect the benefit and the cost of the exchange. In this case, the cost of the exchange can be in terms of the salary that we have to pay to the person whom being discriminated, the cost. So in this case, the salary that is received by the workers being discriminated will be reduced. Okay, and the benefit that is reduced by the employer will also be reduced as well. Just imagine if the discrimination comes from the customer. So it's as if that the customer actually is paying a price that factors into the amount of discrimination that he has put on the workers. So if he dislikes the workers who serve him or her, so it seems like whatever that he pays, it seems to be more expensive than what it actually is. So that's why the benefit that is received by the employer is as if that it is a discounted price that is paid by the consumer. Perhaps the employer will have to offer a special discount for the consumer in order to encourage, to attract the consumers to buy the goods from him. So that discounted price can be in terms of the loss in the benefit or the revenue that can be generated by the employer. So in this case, the benefit and the cost of the exchange depends on the prejudiced behavior of the employer, the employee, and the customer. So in this case, when a worker is being discriminated, his or her social economic background will be read. It will be scrutinized when deciding on the level of the productivity, when the employer tries to infer the productivity of the workers. So when you look at someone, so for example, okay, so if you know that this person is, for example, female workers. Now you have a mindset, you have a misconception or maybe a prejudiced behavior against the female, saying that female always take leave, all right? Female, they apply for the maternity leave. There will be a few months where they have to be away from the job market. So that means that could be the prejudiced behavior, but of course it's not right. Females are also as productive as the male workers. Let me just reiterate it once again. The man and the women are equal. Okay, the women are as productive as the man. Okay, so don't look down on the woman. Don't look down on the woman. So that we have to know that now some employers may look down on the woman because of the prejudicial behavior against the women. And of course, the employer will infer the productivity of the women or maybe the minority group based on the social economic background. For example, the gender, when he says that, oh, this is a female, definitely it will be less productive compared to the male. That is wrong mindset. Oh, this person is a black worker, black workers, white and the black in the Western country, in the US or in the UK. So the black workers were normally discriminated. It's based on the past studies. It's based on the past studies. Now, when we look at the workers now, the skin color, black, so definitely the productivity will be lower, and it's not right. It's not right. So this is called prejudicial behavior. Now, if the employer holds this prejudicial behavior, the employer may discriminate the workers of the minority group. And in this case, the employer may infer the productivity of the workers as being low, less compared to the majority group or the person whom he favors. All right. So in this case, the man or the majority group may be more likely to earn more. Would you please check your mic, please? I think somebody had already forgotten to mute the mic. Okay, please check your mic and mute your mic, please. Thank you very much. Now, the man may be more likely to earn more compared to the women, or the majority group may be more likely to earn more. The white may be more likely to earn more than the women. Than the minority group, than the black workers. So in this case, we say that the amount of the education that we possess, even though we are equally educated, the man and the women, the white and the black, the majority group and the minority groups are equally educated, equally trained, equally experienced, and they possess the same amount of the human capital. They graduated from the same university, holding the same qualification, but yet they're being treated differently in the job market, being paid less, all right, and being given the less opportunities for the promotion. And that's not something to do with the differences in the characteristic. It's not something to do with the differences in the human capital, but it's something to do with how they're being treated in the job market. And we say that it is a discrimination. Therefore, we have to account for the differences in terms of the salary. So when both of them received a different salary, when a man received higher salary or the majority group received higher salary than the women or than the minority group. So in this case, how many percent of the wage differentials between them can be due to the differences in terms of their characteristics, and how many percent that cannot be explained by the differences in the characteristics, but it can be explained by the differences in how the minority group is being treated and how the majority group is being treated. So therefore, in this case, we would say that the wage differences between them could be partially due to the differences in terms of their human capital. Maybe the man really holds higher level of the education compared to the women, or maybe the man has a greater amount of work experience, a greater ability, a better command of English, for example, all right, so to make them stand out of the crowd, and that's why they deserve to get a higher salary compared to the women, okay? But out of this, if there's still wage difference between the man and the women, or the white and the black, which is something that cannot be explained by the differences in the characteristics. So we would say that it could be due to the differences in terms of the discrimination. So we can actually decompose the wage differences between these groups in a portion that can be explained by the differences in the human capital, and another portion that is due to the differences in the discrimination. Now, when we consider the discrimination, so the Nobel laureate Gary Becker in the 1950s, through the seminal work, The Economics of the Discrimination, he actually considered or translated the taste discriminated into the language of the economics. Now, previously, discrimination was considered to be the social issue. It was the topic of the research domain in the sociology. But in this case, now, since the 1950s, thanks to Gary Becker, economist Gary Becker, he actually translated this prejudicial behavior into the language of economics, and therefore to measure to what extent the discrimination could affect the monetary value of the human capital that is possessed by the workers. Okay, now in this case, if the employer holds a prejudicial behavior against the worker, and in this case, the employer may consider hiring the minority group as being more expensive, more costly compared to the majority group. Now, for example, in this case, the black workers are being discriminated, even though the black and the white workers are equally educated, equally trained, equally experienced, and equally productive. But the employer just discriminates, it holds a prejudicial behavior against the black workers. So in this case, the black workers seemed to be more expensive. It seemed to be more expensive. In fact, the black workers' salary was WB. WB was the actual salary for the black workers. But from the perspective of the employer, from the lens of the employer, so the employer sees the wage as if it is as expensive as WB times 1 plus D. So you know that this amount is greater than the WB because it has already inflated. It has been inflated by a factor of D here. So in this case, employers view the price for the black workers as being more expensive, But in fact, the black salary is just as low as WB. That's the actual wage. But in this case, the employer views the black salary as if it is as expensive as WB times 1 plus D, because the D is considered to be positive value and it's a discrimination coefficient. So in this case, the cost of hiring the black workers seemed to be more expensive compared to the white workers. And in turn, now from the perspective of the economics, you know, all right, the marginal revenue must be equal to the marginal cost of doing something, all right? So the revenue must be greater than the cost in order to generate the profit. Now, in this case, when the cost of hiring is high, so you can foresee that, so the employer will try to cut down on the cost of hiring, cut down on the cost of production. How to do that? By reducing the hiring of the black in order to reduce the cost of hiring. Can the employer generate greater profit? But in this case, it is called discrimination. It's called discrimination. On the other hand, there will be a nepotism coefficient. It's also part of the discrimination as well, because the employer actually holds favoritism over a certain group of workers where he likes the most. So for example, if he prefers to hire the black workers, okay? Now the black workers are not discriminated in this case. So maybe the employer actually favors over the black workers. So in this case, now it seems like hiring the black workers is less expensive compared to another group of workers. So in this case, even when the black workers' salary is WB, but from the perspective, from the eyes, from the lens of the employer, he sees the black workers' wage is as low as WB times 1 minus N. The N here is a positive value. So when you consider the N, so that means these values highlighted in yellow is lower than the WB. It seems like the black salaries seem to be cheaper because the employer actually satisfies, he is satisfied, the employer is satisfied for hiring the black workers, because the black workers is considered to be less costly compared to the white workers. If the employer actually favor, you know, he holds a favoritism over the black workers. All right. So therefore, in this case, whether the discrimination coefficient or the nepotism coefficient, the D value, the D actually is a coefficient that actually captures the amount of discrimination practiced on the labor market. Okay, so this is what we say, that the D here, in fact, it is a value. It has got a value. All right, it is a value, it is quantifiable, which is why we say that when discrimination is studied from the domain of economics, from the research domain of economics, it seems to have monetized the prejudicial behavior. The prejudicial behavior is something very subjective. It's something very subjective, very abstract. And now with the economics, we actually quantify or monetize the subjective prejudicial behavior. And this prejudicial behavior can come from the employer, employee, and the customer. Let's take a look at the theories of the discrimination. Now, the discrimination can be in terms of the pre-market discrimination, or it can be the market discrimination. Pre-market discrimination means that this kind of a discrimination happens before someone enters into the job market, probably because that this person had been denied of the equal opportunities of receiving education or being enrolled to the university or enrolled to the education system. And that happens before someone enters into the job market. That happens at the school, and we call that as the pre-market discrimination. But what we are interested in, is the market discrimination, because we want to see to what extent the discrimination occurs at the job market and to what extent it affects the labor market outcomes in terms of salary, in terms of the fringe benefit, in terms of the promotion, and so on and so forth. So that is the market discrimination. Okay, so workers of the equal capabilities, like I told you just now, being given the unequal job assignments. So for example, the man holding a university qualification will be more likely to hold higher position compared to the women holding the similar education qualification. They may be less likely to climb up to the job ladder. So just imagine how many CEO are male, and how many CEO are female. Of course, the amount of the female CEOs are getting higher and higher nowadays, thanks to the open-mindedness of the society. Okay, because now, of course, the men and the women are equal. The women shouldn't be discriminated. Just look around you. Look at the left and look on the right. How many female students are there sitting in the same classroom? How many females are there? Many women, you have so many female students. So that means the level of the education among the women is getting higher and higher. All right, it's getting higher and higher. The social status among women is supposed to be greater and greater, higher and higher. And therefore, they should be, all right, working. And of course, they'll be more likely for them to participate in the job market and should be receiving the same or equal treatment just like the man. Because the female and the male are equally productive. Okay, so that's why in this case, if the equally productive, equally educated, and equally experienced, equally skilled men and women are being treated differently in the job market, we call that as a market discrimination. And that could be in terms of the unequal job assignments, where the female had been crowded into the dead-end job. It has been crowded into the low-pay job, whereas the man had been, given the opportunities to hold the high position. All right, the high position, and that's not equal, and that's not fair to the women, even though both of them are equally educated and equally qualified. So this discrimination could occur in terms of gender, color, the national origin, the religion, speech, and so on and so forth. You can just read the past study, the journal articles. You can come across so many different types of the discrimination, not just the gender discrimination, the color discrimination, the discrimination based on the national origin, the religion, the speech, but there's so many different types. For example, the age discrimination. If you're old, you're being discriminated compared to those who are young, which is why many older generation, or maybe those approaching the year of retirement, those approaching the age of retirement, they may not be considered for a re-employment. re-employment because they're being discriminated because they are thought to have a lower productivity compared to those who are young. All right, so therefore the age discrimination occurs in this case. Now, there are three different types of market discriminations, and the first one is the personal prejudice, which we are going to delve further in this lecture. And besides that, the market power and the imperfect information. Now, I will just go through these second and the third theory very quickly at this slide because I'm not going to explain further on this second and the third theory. Now, the market power simply means that if the firm is the monopolist, that means he's the only firm hiring in that particular location, or probably because that due to the geographical location, that's the only firm hiring people at that location. Of course, everybody has to work for this company, otherwise they have no other jobs, nowhere to work for. So in this case, the employer will depress the wage that is paid to the workers as low as possible because the workers don't have any other choices except for working for this company. So that's market power, which has resulted in the discrimination against the workers in terms of the lower salary that is paid to the workers. And that's because of the market power. Another type of the discrimination is the imperfect information. In this case, the employer may not know the actual performance or the actual productivity of the workers. So in this case, the employer does not discriminate the women. Okay, in this case, the employer does not discriminate the women or does not discriminate the minority, but it's just that the employer actually refers to the average performance of the workers who he had come across previously. So for example, female. Now, if the employer had a very bad experience working with or dealing with the female workers in his company. So in the sense that in his company or even in many other companies, all right, it was found that female workers generally, ask for maternity leave, or maybe their productivity or maybe performance is relatively lower compared to the man, for example. Now, it has been a statistic. So this is a statistic to prove that the female's performance is generally lower in this company and in other companies overall, in general. Now, this is a statistic, okay? So if this is a statistic, so that means the employer must have already known, okay? He has a misconception against the women, saying that the women are on average performing lower compared to the man. And that's true because there is a statistic. This is what the employer has experienced in his company, because his companies, the female workers are generally less performing. Okay, so the men actually outperform the women. Okay, based on this statistic in mind, so when the employer wants to decide whether to hire the male workers or the female workers during the job interview, where the man and the women are sitting in front of the employer. So who do you think the employer will hire if the man and the women are equally educated, equally skilled, equally experienced, equally qualified? All right. So in this case, by right, there shouldn't be any difference. There shouldn't be any difference in terms of hiring. The employer should hire both the man and the women. But in this case, based on the mindset, based on the previous statistic showing that the women overall performed less compared to the man. Now, in this case, the employer will give the opportunities for the man, but not the women, even when the women actually perform better during the job interview. But the interviewer have been so skeptical about the performance and the actual performance of the women. So in this case, the decision of hiring is based on the past experience or the past statistic that the employer has had. Okay, saying that the women overall, in general, the women performed lower or worse than the man. Okay, so this is also a kind of a discrimination, and we call that as a statistical discrimination. By right, the employer shouldn't have discriminated the female job interviewees, okay, because the female could have performed better than the man. Don't judge a book by its cover. Just because the previous experience, just because of the statistic saying that overall female perform worse compared to the man in your company, it doesn't mean that the newly hired workers, the workers who's sitting in front of you, the job candidate who's sitting in front of you, is also one of them. No. So if the employer ever thinks that way, or if the employer makes a decision, a hasty decision, just by looking at the past statistic, and this is called discrimination. This kind of discrimination is called the statistic discrimination. And that is the imperfect information, because the employer does not know about the true performance of the women. And of course, he will try to infer the performance of the women based on the past experience, based on the past statistic on average. Okay, now that's called discrimination as well. But in this case today, we are going to dwell further, discuss further on the personal prejudice from the employer, okay, from the employer and employee, and also the customer. Okay, now first of all, let us start with the discrimination on from the employer. All right. Let me just, because I can't see this. Okay. One moment, please. Okay. All right. Okay. Now, the personal prejudice, it is actually a subjective feeling of dislike. It's very subjective. It's very subjective. If you ask someone, why did you dislike this person? Maybe he said he can't tell you a reason, because he said that, okay, I just dislike this person because of the appearance, because of the language he or she is speaking, because of the physical appearance, the clothes, because of the demographic background he's from. So I just can't explain why I don't like this person. And this is called very subjective feeling, and that's called the personal prejudice. All right. So therefore, if someone is being prejudiced, if he or she is being discriminated, he will be kept a physical distance. He will be kept a physical distance. So the employer may be segregating this worker to a different department. So for example, it may be, hiding this group of the workers at the back, at the other department that does not have a direct contact with the customer, okay? Or maybe if the minority group and the majority group are being hired into the same department without any physical distance, but there's this social distance. The social distance means that both of them are being hired in the same department, but the minority group are being offered the less desirable job. For example, this worker is supposed to hold a managerial position, or at least an executive level position, but this person are being, assigned a clerical job, okay? Even though this person deserved to get a higher position, and even though it is in the same department, but we can say that the discrimination occurs because these minority groups are being assigned a less desirable job. And that will result in the differences in terms of their earnings and in terms of the job promotion opportunities. Let's take a look at the first form of the prejudicial behavior, and the discrimination comes from the employer. Assuming that we have two different groups of workers, the black and the white workers, the blacks and the white workers. So in this case, let's assume the black workers are being discriminated, whereas the white workers are being favored. All right, but both of them are perfect substitutes. So that means the black workers and the white workers are equally educated, equally trained, equally experienced. They could be substituting each other. So it really depends on the cost of hiring the workers. If the cost of hiring the black workers is cheaper compared to the cost of hiring the white workers, of course, a profit maximizing employer will choose the black workers if the employer does not discriminate the black workers. So therefore, in this case, the black and the white workers are perfect substitute. If you don't hire the black, you can hire the white, and vice versa. If you don't hire the white, you can always hire the black as a substitute. So therefore, the production function is a function of the output, is a function of the summation of the white employment and the black employment. So the employers have to hire both the white workers and the black workers in combination in order to produce an output, Okay, if the employer does not discriminate. All right. So therefore, the employer will just hire more of the workers where the cost of hiring is cheaper. All right. So in this case, any differences in the economic status must arise from the discrimination. If we say that both of them are equally productive, but then they are equally substitutable, they're perfectly substitutable, by right, they should be treated equally. So if there's any differences, in terms of the economic status, it may arise from the discrimination. Take a look at this example. Now, if you still remember correctly, in the very basic level of the microeconomics, the marginal revenue equals to the marginal cost. That's from the perspective of employer. Okay, and we also learned that speaking in general, thank you. Please look at your mic. Please mute your mic. Thank you very much. So the marginal benefit equal to the marginal cost. So the marginal benefit of doing something must be equal to the marginal cost of doing that thing in order for the objective to be optimized. Now, when this MB equals to MC, we call that as a marginal principle. I'm sure you have heard about the marginal principle in your microeconomics theory. So the marginal benefit of hiring the workers. So in this case, marginal benefit of hiring the workers must be equal to the marginal cost of hiring that amount of workers. So if the employer decides whether to hire additional worker, should the employer hire additional one more unit of the worker? So it depends on how much benefit or how much revenue that can be generated by these workers. Now imagine when the firm hires additional one more unit of the workers, this particular one more unit of workers will be able to produce extra output. For example, 3 output extra. We call that as the marginal product of the output, marginal product of the labor. Just imagine this additional 1 unit of worker is able to generate extra 3 units of the output, and that these 3 units of the output are sold at the market price, for example, $4 per 1 unit. And these extra 3 units of the output produced by these extra workers now will be generating $12 of the revenue. Now, this $12 of the revenue is the extra revenue, additional revenue that is generated by selling extra 3 units of the output that are produced by this extra 1 unit of the labor. So therefore, in this case, we say that the additional 1 unit of the labor can actually help the firm to generate extra revenue of $12. And this $12 shows the contribution of this particular 1 unit of the worker. And that shows the additional benefit or the contribution from hiring him, because this worker is able to generate extra $12 to the firm. And how much we should pay for him, how much we should pay for this worker. We must pay this worker as much as how much he had contributed to the firm, which is the salary. So we assume that in the perfectly competitive labor market, when the employer and the employee cannot influence the market price, so the wage is actually determined in the market and it is taken by the employer and the employee. All right. So therefore, the wage will be paid to these workers, and the wage that is paid must commensurate with the productivity of the worker. So therefore, the wage is the additional cost that should be paid to these worker in order to compensate for the effort that is put by this worker. So the marginal benefit of hiring this worker is the $12 of the revenue that is generated by him. And the marginal cost of hiring these workers is exactly the wage that should be paid to these workers. And the marginal benefit and the marginal cost must be equal. That means the $12 must be equal to the W. In this case, the $12 is the additional revenue that is generated from hiring one unit of the worker. And this additional revenue is what we call as the VMP, which is the value of the marginal product. The value of the marginal product, which is given by a multiplication of the marginal product and the market price. $4 for each unit and 3 extra output. That will be $12. Okay, but of course, it's downward sloping because we say that in the short run, like what you have learned in the microeconomics, in the short run, the marginal productivity is subject to the diminishing marginal return. When more and more labor is hired, in this case, the labor will be productive, but the additional productivity will be getting smaller and smaller. So therefore, the marginal product, the value of the marginal product actually follows the decreasing trend of the marginal product, resulting in a downward sloping value of the marginal product. Okay. Now, of course, the VMP is considered to be the marginal benefit of hiring extra unit of the labor, but the additional cost of hiring extra unit of the labor is the wage. All right, so therefore, in order to satisfy MB equals to MC, that means the VMP must be equal to the W, which is the interaction between these two curves. And at this point, we say that the profit had been maximized. The employer has already maximized the profit by setting the W to be equal to the VMP, and the profit maximizing amount of labor to be hired is E asterisk. And in this case, we say that if the employer is colorblind, colorblind means that he does not discriminate on the basis of the skin color. If he does not discriminate the workers on the basis of the skin color, that means he's actually blind to the color differences. So in this case, he will hire the black worker in order to maximize the profit if the black worker's salary is lower. If the wage paid to the black workers is relatively lower compared to the wage paid to the white workers, in order to maximize the profit and to minimize the cost, the employer will hire this much of the black workers. This is without any discrimination. Okay, all right. So in this case, since the black workers is cheaper than its lower price, okay, the wage is cheaper, is lower compared to the wage of the white workers. Of course, a firm of an employer that is not discriminating will hire just the black workers to maximize the profit without hiring the white workers because it does not discriminate. And it seems like the cost of hiring the black is relatively cheap, it's lower. So from the perspective of profit maximization, of course, the employer will have to hire all the black workers, but none of the white workers, all the black workers, but none of the white workers, in order not to discriminate. But what about the employment decision for the employer who discriminates against the black workers, who has a prejudicial behavior against the black workers? Okay, now under the situation, we would say that the firm that discriminates extremely, will just hire the white workers. So the discriminating firm, the discriminating employer, okay, will choose to hire just the white workers, or just the black workers, depending on the degree of discrimination. We have learned just now. The degree of discrimination we have already learned earlier, which is the D over here. The D is the discrimination coefficient. All right. So when we inflate the wage paid to the black with a factor of the D, which is the WB times 1 plus D. So in this case, the D here is called the discrimination coefficient. The D, of course, is a positive value. The higher the amount of the D, the more costly it is to hire the black workers. And it will be less likely for the employer to hire the black workers because it is thought to be more expensive compared to the white workers. So therefore, from the angle of profit maximization, of course, the employer who wants to minimize the cost and who wants to maximize the profit will be more likely to hire the white workers when the cost of hiring is still relatively low, and not to hire the black workers if the black workers' salary is considered to be more expensive, just because of the discrimination coefficient. But in fact, the black salary is as low as the WB. So in this case, we would say that the white wage is actually greater than the black wage. But just because of factoring into the D factor, it seems like the cost of hiring the black turned out to be more expensive than the white. Okay, so under the situation, we say that the black worker seemed to be more expensive because of the discrimination coefficient. But of course, from the angle of profit maximization, therefore, employer will try to reduce the cost of hiring, including the psychic cost of hiring the black workers. Therefore, the employer will be more likely to hire the white workers because the white workers seem to be cheaper. The cost of hiring the white workers seem to be cheaper compared to the cost of hiring the black workers. Therefore, in this case, when the employer discriminates the workers, so it would be based on the degree of the discrimination. Now, if the employer does not discriminate the black workers at all, so we would foresee that the D here will be exactly equal to 0. When the D equals to 0, you can imagine the WB times 1 plus a D that is equal to the 0 will be just equal to the WB, okay, which is as low as WB. Now, when the D becomes higher and higher, greater and greater, therefore, the cost of hiring the black workers seemed to be more expensive, and it's even more expensive over here. Therefore, this is the value of the marginal product. With the wage, we know that the profit maximization will be based on this level of the hiring. In order to maximize the profit when the wage for the black is as low as WB, we say that to maximize the profit, the employer will hire as many as E star B amount of the black workers. Now, when the discrimination becomes greater and greater, when the firm discriminates the black workers, the degree of the discrimination is captured by the D over here. So the greater the amount of D, the greater the cost of hiring the black workers. So it seems to the employer that it's more expensive to hire the black workers. To maximize the profit, it will be more profitable for the employer to just hire a lesser amount of the black workers. But the greater the amount of discrimination or the degree of the discrimination, if the degree of discrimination becomes more serious and the cost of hiring the black workers seemed to be even more expensive, in order to maximize the profit, the employer will hire even less amount of the black workers. the black workers to be hired will be even less. All right. Okay. But even when the black workers are being discriminated, but as long as the wage or the cost of hiring the black workers, as long as the cost of hiring the black workers after considering the degree of discrimination, if it is still lower than the white wage from the perspective of the employer that discriminates the black workers, okay, it seems like from the angle of the profit maximization, the employer will be still hiring the black workers, because even after considering the discrimination, the cost of hiring the black workers is still lower compared to the white wage. Therefore, the employer will purely hire the black workers. The black workers, because the utility adjusted wage for the black workers seemed to be less compared to the white workers. But the other way, assuming that after considering the discriminatory treatment or the discrimination coefficient, it seems like the black workers' salary seems to be greater. The cost of hiring the black workers seemed to be greater compared to the white workers. Of course, it will be cheaper to hire just the white workers from the angle of the profit maximization and the cost minimization objective. So of course, the profit maximizing employer will be more likely to switch to hiring all the white workers to maximize the profit by hiring this much of the worker. Remember, the EW star over here is even less than the EB over here. So we say that the employer actually is hiring all the white workers, because the white workers' salary seemed to be lower compared to the utility adjusted cost of hiring for the black workers. You can see that you can compare. Even after considering the discrimination, it seems like the cost of hiring the black had been inflated. It had been inflated. It seems to be more expensive than the white workers. Of course, it will be more profitable to hire just the white workers to maximize the profit, and fewer amount of the workers, the white workers, fewer amount of the white workers will be hired, because the wage is more expensive. It's more expensive than the black workers. Therefore, the employer is only willing to hire small number of the white workers. Bear in mind, this level of the hiring is not optimal, because the employer could have hired more workers to produce even more output, to generate even more value to the consumers, if the employer does not discriminate. Now, if the employer did not discriminate the black workers, so the employer would have hired all the black workers, because the employer knows both the black workers and the white workers are perfect substitutes. And just because of the discrimination, the employer chooses not to hire the black workers. And as a result of that, the employer hires the white workers, where the actual salary for the white workers seemed to be greater. It's actually greater than the black workers. But just because of satisfying his prejudicial behavior against the black workers, the employer chooses to hire the white workers. And that is discrimination. And of course, the employer cannot afford to hire too many white workers, because it's expensive. It's more expensive than the black workers. He knew it, but it just couldn't help, by hiring the white workers and not to hire the black workers. Should he hire the black worker, he could have produced even more output. He could have generated even greater revenue. The customer, the consumer, could have enjoyed greater amount of output. and the GDP could have been improved from the macro perspective. More output can be produced, more output could have been produced had there not been any discrimination. And just because of this discrimination, now less workers had been hired, less output had been produced, and less GDP can be generated. So from here, we see that not only had the discrimination affected the firm level profitability, at the same time, the discrimination in the job market would also have an adverse impact on the national economy in terms of the productivity, in terms of the amount of the output produced. So therefore, we have to eliminate discrimination in any form of the discrimination, whether it is a gender discrimination, racial discrimination, age discrimination, religious discrimination, and so on and so forth, for the betterment, for the benefit of the entire economy. Okay, so therefore, in this case, if the employer discriminates the black workers, so he would just hire all the white workers. Therefore, we have this all white firms, all white firms. That means the firm that only hires the white workers. Or even after considering the discrimination, and yet the cost of hiring the labor, the cost of hiring the black laborers, even after considering the discrimination coefficient, it seems to be lower than the white workers' salary. Of course, the employer will switch to hire all the black workers, and then that becomes the black firms. We call that all black firms, because the firm hires all the black workers, even though he discriminates the black workers. But after comparing the cost of hiring, it seems like the cost of hiring the black still seemed to be lower than the cost of hiring the white. Therefore, the firm will still hire the black workers to maximize the profit. Okay, now we say that if the firm discriminates against the minority group, okay, so it will result in the drop in the profit. Therefore, we say that the profit and the discrimination is negatively related. It is negatively related. The discrimination is measured by the D, which is the coefficient. The D is the discrimination coefficient measured on the horizontal axis. The greater the discrimination level, the lower the profit. The profit is measured at the vertical axis. It's a profit. Now, assuming that when the D is 0, so that means there's no discrimination at all. If that's the case, the employer will hire all the black workers because the black workers are a perfect substitute with the white workers. So in this case, it will be cheaper, it will be more cost minimizing and the profit maximizing it to hire just the black workers. If there's no discrimination, when the D equals 0, we say that the profit will be the maximum possible profit. And of course, the employer will be enjoying the maximum profit if he didn't discriminate the black workers. Now, from time to time, if the degree of the discrimination gets higher and higher, when the D becomes greater and greater, we would say that the cost of hiring the workers seemed to be more expensive. Okay, it seemed to be more expensive. When the cost of hiring the workers seemed to be more expensive, it seems like the profit that could have been generated, is getting smaller and smaller, lower and lower. Therefore, the profit is lower and lower to a certain extent. So in this case, the employer still hire all the black workers. In this case, he still hire all the black workers because after considering the discrimination coefficient, still the cost of hiring is still lower than the white. Therefore, of course, the employer will hire all the black workers in this case. But up to certain level, when the D becomes more or when the D becomes greater. When the D becomes greater and it exceeds a threshold level of DW. When D is greater than the DW, and that's the time where the WB times 1 plus D, which is the utility adjusted wage for the black, seemed to be greater than the white salary, just because the D is greater, or the D exceeds the threshold level of the discrimination coefficient. And in this case, we say that the employer will just hire all the white workers to earn the same profit, No further discrimination anymore. Because the employer already hires all the white. So there's no such concern of the discrimination against the black workers, because there's no black workers in the company. No such thing as discrimination against the black workers. So therefore, the employer is expected to earn the constant profit if he hires all the white workers. So based on this analysis, we would say that the profit and the discrimination is negatively related. The higher the discrimination coefficient, the lower the profit. Therefore, discrimination does not sustain. It does not sustain in the labor market, because in the perfectly competitive labor market, or the perfectly competitive output market, firms' free entry and exit occurred. When there is a profit, of course, the new firm will enter into the industry to compete with the existing firms, to an extent that the existing firm will earn just the normal profit. You have learned that in the microeconomics. All right? Or some firms that suffers from the loss will be more likely to exit from the industry, exit from the market. All right, to exit from the market to an extent that there will be less competition in the industry. Therefore, the normal profit can be achieved. Now, just imagine if you are the only firm discriminating the black workers, whereas other firms do not discriminate the black workers. So you will suffer from an increasing cost yourself, and your profit will be compromised. Okay, you're going to earn lower profit alone. Now, under this situation, you'll be phased out from the job from the output market. You are going to leave the output market. Okay, because you are being competed away by the other firms. All right, other firms actually earned profit, but you earned normal profit or even make a loss. All right, you lose because the profit is negative. You lost in this case because you discriminate the black workers by hiring the white workers, where the wage is relatively higher and the amount of hiring is lower. As a result of that, you produce lower output, lesser output, and generate lower revenue. How could you survive? How could you survive or sustain in the industry? Definitely, you'll be kicked out of the job market or kicked out of the output market. Therefore, we say that the discrimination cannot sustain. Finally, by hook or by crook, the employer will have to surrender to the fate and surrender to the profit, all right, because it does not make a profit out of it. Therefore, slowly and gradually, the employer will eliminate the discrimination. The discrimination will be eliminated and the profit will be returned to the normal level. So what we can say here is the employer actually hires the wrong type of the workers because he hired the white workers. And the white workers seemed to be the actual wage seemed to be greater than the black workers. He had hired the wrong type of the workers. Definitely the employer cannot be maximizing the profit. Under this situation, we say that the profit maximizing actually is not achieved. And the employer also hires the wrong number of the workers. He hired the wrong number of the workers because he hired two less white workers are being hired. There are fewer amount of the white workers are being hired. As a result of that, less output produced, less revenue can be generated, less profit can be generated. And therefore, he has to exit the market because he couldn't make any profit out of the business. Okay, wrong type of the workers, wrong number of the workers. And that is because of the discrimination, and that does not sustain because the profit will be negative. If that's the case, the employer will have to leave the market. So finally, the discrimination does not sustain. Now take a look at the past studies on the racial discrimination that happened in the US labor market and how it affects the employment as well as the wage differentials by the skill. Now we say that the white are being favored and also the black are being discriminated. So you may be asking, well, what happened if the black workers are of high, they obtain higher level of the education, or they are the high skilled workers? If they are the high skilled workers, do you think the black workers are still being discriminated? Probably not. Probably not, because the black workers will be more vocal. The black workers will be more vocal. The black workers will be able to fight for the right. And just because that he is highly educated, they are highly educated, the employer, will not easily discriminate the black workers because the black workers are more educated. He has got education. He has the skills needed, or the education that is needed, the qualification that is needed by the employer. So therefore, in this case, the black workers, in this case, especially the high-skilled black workers, will not be discriminated compared to the low-skilled black workers. Yes, you're right. If you're thinking this way, if this is what you're thinking, because the past studies have already shown that this is true. So there will be a smaller wage differences between the black and white wage, and also the employment gap between the black and the white. It will be getting smaller and smaller for the high skilled workers. For the high skilled workers, if the black workers are out of high skilled workers, and the white workers are of high skilled workers as well. So the wage differences between these two groups of the workers who are the high skilled workers, now the wage differences will be smaller. And the job promotion opportunities will be smaller as well compared to those with a lower level of education. So the discrimination is important to understand the differences in terms of the wage and the job finding rate across the workers with the low education level, For the black workers who are less educated, definitely they will be discriminated, and the wage gap between the black and the white will be greater, even when the white workers are less educated, just like the black workers. But there is a wage difference between the black and the white because of the educational level. Okay, but the skill differences between the black and the white will explain the wage differences between them. If there is any wage differences for the higher education, the highly educated workers, okay, if the black and the white are equally educated, and yet there is still wage difference between them, even though both of them are highly educated or equally educated, what we can say is that the wage differences between the black and the white educated workers are just because of the skill differences only. It must be because that maybe the white workers who are highly educated must have possessed the skill set that is not possessed by the black workers who are also highly educated. Now just imagine the white and the black workers are graduated from the same university. They graduate from the same university with the same education qualification, but the white workers had a better communication skill compared to the white workers had a better communication skill compared to the black workers, or maybe some other problem-solving skills or maybe some computer skills, where the white workers possess the skills, where the black workers do not possess that skills. Okay, so under that situation, we would say that definitely the wage will be different between the black and the white workers, because the white workers have what it takes to be paid a higher salary compared to the black workers, who are less skilled compared to the white workers, even though both of them are equally educated. Now that comes to us, if you want your salary to be at par to another group of workers who are equally educated just as yours, so make sure you compensate the difference with the skill. So that means you have to pick up the skill in order to climb up the job ladder so that your salary will be at par to your colleague, compared to your colleague. Okay, so in this article, it tells us that, you know, the wage differences between the black and the white, and any job finding rate, the opportunity of looking for a job, if there's any difference between the black and the white, so the difference will be small if the black and the white are of higher skill. But the difference will be big, will be greater if the black and the white are of lower education. Okay, so therefore, in this case, it tells us that the discrimination in US occurred among those less educated black workers or less educated minority group. If the minority groups are highly educated or high skilled, the discrimination will be relatively lower, because this minority group who are highly educated or highly skilled, they know how to fight for their labor right. Therefore, the employer cannot simply depress the wage paid to them. Take a look at another article. It's on the competition and the gender prejudice. Are discriminatory employers doomed to fail? Just like what the theory had explained to us. Remember, the theory says that if you discriminate, your profit will be getting lower and lower. So the profit will be lower and lower. It may be driven out of the output market. So the employer will be driven out of the market if he ever discriminates, because the profit will be getting lower and lower. That is in terms of the theory. But in the reality, this article tells us, yes, even though the discrimination will reduce the profitability and it will cause a shorter survival rate among the employers who are discriminating. But through the competition at the industry, where other firms or other rivals in the industry do not discriminate the workers, and if you are the only firm discriminating the workers, you'll be left behind and you'll be driven out of the industry. So from time to time, this employer learns that he shouldn't be discriminating the workers, because discriminating the workers means that he will have to suffer from a lower profit and a higher cost of hiring. So under this situation, the employer starts to learn that he shouldn't be discriminating. From time to time, he would try to surrender to the fate, surrender to the market powers, because just about everybody doesn't discriminate and you are the only one discriminating, you will fail and you're going to be driven out of the market. So in order to avoid being driven out of the market, so the employer will try to increase the hiring of the minority group. So in this article, it refers to the female workforce. By not discriminating the female, through the learning, the employer knows that, oh, the females actually are as productive as the men. So why should the female be discriminated? No. So the employer starts to learn about this fact, and finally, the employer will improve the profitability, and it will not be weeded out, and it will not be driven out of the industry. So the survival rate for the employer who does not discriminate the female will be higher because the profitability will be higher, and the cost of hiring will be lower because the employer is willing to hire the female as well. So this article tells us through learning from time to time, the employer will not discriminate, and therefore the profits can be improved and the cost of hiring will be lower. Is there any question up to this point? Is there any question up to this point before we go further? Anything you want to ask? No? All right. So, okay, let us continue with our lecture on the prejudice by the employee. And that is also another form of discrimination. But in this case, the discrimination actually comes from the employee, in a sense that maybe a certain group of workers may not want to work with another group of workers. For example, the majority group of the workers of the majority group do not like to work with the workers of the minority group. So in this case, we say that the whites dislike working alongside the black workers. Now it seems like if the white workers were forced to work with the black workers, it's as if the wage that is received by the white workers is as if being discounted by a degree of the discrimination. So the wage received by the white workers is supposed to be WW. But from the perspective, from the lens, from the eyes of the white workers who are forced to work with the black workers, the white workers will deem the wage he receives as low as WW times 1 minus D. So this value is definitely less than the WW. If you expand this formula, you will see that WW minus WWD. Definitely this value will be smaller. It will be lower compared to the WW itself. Therefore, from the eyes, from the lens of the employees, from the lens of the white employees who discriminates, who doesn't like to work alongside the black workers, whatever salary that he receives will be as if will seem to be lower compared to what it actually is. So this is discrimination. So the workers will be dissatisfied by receiving lower salary. Now, if the employer wants to hire the white workers, to convince the white workers to work alongside the black workers, so the employer will have to offer the white workers more than what it actually worth. More than that, in order to compensate for the psychic cost of the workers for having worked alongside the black workers. Do you think the employer will ever do that? Definitely not, because the discrimination sparks from the employees. And in this case, we say that the employer does not discriminate. It is not the employer that discriminates, but it is the employees themselves that discriminate. So in this case, why should the employer give in? Why should the employer pay higher salary for the white worker just to convince him to work together with the black workers? Might as well just hire all the black workers without any white workers, because there's no problem with the employer. Employer does not discriminate the black workers. So therefore, the discrimination does not come from the employer. Therefore, the employer does not have to offer higher salary for the white workers just to convince him to work alongside with the black workers. The employer doesn't care, it doesn't bother about the white workers' dissatisfaction. So this is what the employer may do. The employer may just hire all the white workers if the wage paid to the white is lower than the black. Or the employer just hire all the black workers if the wage paid to the white is more expensive than the black workers. Because the employer does not discriminate. And the employer wants to maximize the profit by keeping the cost low. Why should the employer pay higher price to the white? Might as well just hire all the black workers and settle the problem. So therefore, the implication from the employee discrimination is that it shouldn't be generating any wage differences between the black and the white, because there's no wage differences at all, because the employer can just hire either the white or the black, depending on the comparison between the wage. Whoever charge lower, then the employer will hire these group of the workers who charge lower price. So therefore, there's no wage differential. And from time to time, the white workers will realize if you still keep this principle by not working alongside with the black workers, he will be left behind. Okay, because the white workers may not be hired. So slowly and gradually, the white worker will try to tune down, will try to lower his expectation and try to work with the black workers whom he discriminated earlier. And from time to time, there will be no wage differences between them. So therefore, it does not generate the wage differential between the equally skilled black and the equally skilled black and the white workers. The competition for the cheapest workers will finally cause the wage to be different between the black and the white workers. All right, so it does not affect the profitability because the employer will minimize the cost by hiring the workers where the cost is still lower. Therefore, the profit can be maximized from the perspective of the employer. Okay. Well, at the same time, we say that if the employer wants to hire the black and the white together, and if the white workers doesn't want to work with the black workers, and in this case, we say that if the employer is willing to segregate the workplace by putting the white workers in one department and another and the black workers in another department, to separate them so that they won't meet with each other every day. Now, under this situation, no, there shouldn't be any difference. There shouldn't be any difference in the wage because the white will not be ever meeting the black. So as long as the employer is able to segregate the workers in a different department, so there will be no discrimination. All right. So therefore, the prejudice by the employees or the employee discrimination, all right, will only affect the employees themselves, but it does not bother the employer. Same now, look at this article. This article is about the discrimination by the employee, discrimination by the employee. All right. So there is an increase. This happened in Japan. This happened in Japan. All right. This is a study on Japan, if I'm not mistaken. So an increase in the female participation drives up the wage offer to the female workers and also increase the female employment. So now, however, we say that the increase in the degree of discrimination by the male workers will cause the male workers to receive higher salary and a lower unemployment. And that will cause a loss to the female, even though the female job or labor force participation and the wage offered to the female has been increased. But if the male workers discriminates against the females, so in this case, it may cause the male's salary to be higher, and there will be a less likelihood for the male to lose the job. So the unemployment rate among the men will be relatively low compared to the female. If there is a discrimination that originated from the employee. So this article tells us about the employee discrimination and how it affects the wage earned by the minority group and the job searching rate or the unemployment facing the minority group. Okay, so let's take a look at another form of the discrimination. That's the prejudice by the customers. It is the customer that discriminates, but the discrimination doesn't come from the employer, it doesn't come from the employee, but it comes from the customers who doesn't like to be served, the customers who don't like to be served by the workers of the minority group, or who doesn't like to be served by the workers of a different demographic group as his. So when the customers, for example, the customers are white customer, and of course he prefers to be served by the white salesperson, but not the black salesperson, or that is called customer discrimination. When that happens, if the white customers were to be served by the black salesperson where he's not, he disliked about. Now, under this situation, the customers may reduce the demand because it doesn't like to be served by the workers of a different demographic group as his. So therefore, it will be more likely that this customer will reduce the purchase, will reduce the demand for the goods and services sold by these minority workers. Even when he wants to buy the goods, and even when he's interested in buying the goods, the employer will have to, or the boss, the employer or the boss, the firm or the company will have to offer a special discount for this customer in order to compensate for the bad experience being served by the workers whom he dislikes. Okay, so it seems like from the perspective of the customers, whatever price that he has to pay for the goods and services, it seems like it's more expensive. The price is as low as this amount, $10, for example. The price of the good that he buys is as low as $10, but to him, it is not just $10. It's as expensive as P times 1 plus D. It is as if the output cost him, the output or the goods and services cost him this much, but not this low because of the discrimination. And just because of that, the employee, the customer may be likely to reduce the demand. When that happens, of course, the firm, in order to retain this customer, to attract this customer, the employer will have to offer a better or competitive discount to the customer in order to convince him to buy this output by offering him sufficiently high discount in order to bring down the cost of, to reduce the price of, the purchasing price of these output. But that is a loss to the employer, and the employer will pass on this cost burden to the workers. And in turn, the workers will suffer by receiving the lower salary because the employer has already compensated the customer with a greater discount. Therefore, the wage received by these workers may be expected to be lower. And that's customer discrimination. Customer discrimination. So the implication is that the employer may segregate the workforce. So for example, to assign the white workers to be serving the customers, to be sitting at the front office. And for the black workers who may be discriminated by the customers to be stationed at the other department where the black workers will not have a direct contact with the customers. Now, if that happens, so there's no need for the employer to pay less salary to the black workers and more salary for the white workers. No wage differences. But if the workers cannot hide the black workers, cannot keep the black workers to another department that does not have the direct contact with the customers. So under this situation, it really, really affects the black workers' remuneration because the black workers will have to receive the lower salary. Will have to receive the lower salary because the employer has already offered the higher discount, a greater discount to the customer. So the discount, the cost of giving the discount will be passed on to the minority group in terms of the lower salary to be paid to the minority group. So that's the prejudice from the customer. Anything you want to ask? Is there anything you want to ask on the theories of the discrimination? No?
Any question?
Any question? Let's take a look at the chat box. If there's any question on the chat box. Let's take a look. Is there any question on the chat box? No question? Okay. Right. Okay. All right, so if that's the case, maybe we can continue with our lecture. Okay, let's take a look. Yes. Okay, no chat. No question. All right. Okay, let us continue with the lecture. Let me share my screen once again. Can you still see me? Can you still see my screen? And can you still, one moment, please. Okay. Let me minimize it. All right. Okay. Can you still hear me? And can you still see my slide? Right? Yes? Can you see me? Can you see my slide?
Yes, Doctor.
Okay, now let us measure the discrimination. Now let's move on to the calculation part of how to measure the discrimination. So before this, we have learned about the theory of the discrimination. We have also learned that the wage differences between two groups of workers, or it could be due to the differences between them in terms of the level of the human capital they possess, which is why last week we learned about the theory of the human capital. The human capital theory tells us that the greater the amount of the human capital, the greater the level of the education, the training, the health stock, all right, the greater the level of the productivity, and therefore the salary can be increased. All right. So in this case, we say that even when the human capitals are equal between these two groups of the workers, but yet the salary is different between them. So what we can say that as part of the differences in the wage could be due to the differences in terms of the differences in human capital or the productivity characteristics. And another portion of the wage differences is due to the discrimination. It is due to how the minority group is being rewarded or being treated in the job market. So which is why out of the difference between for example, the difference in between the man and the women, when the man's salary is greater than the women's salary by, let's say, $200. So out of the $200, 100% of this $200. So how many percent of the $200 of the difference is due to the differences in terms of the characteristics, in terms of the human capital, in terms of the man's education, the man's experience, the man's skills, and the man's year of schooling is greater compared to the women? And how many percent of the wage differences are due to the discrimination? And today we're going to look at the mathematics of it. But before we go into the mathematical approach to measuring the discrimination, we take a look at the graphical approach to identifying the discrimination. Okay? Now, to look at the difference, to measure the discrimination, we can actually measure the difference between the majority group and the minority group in terms of the salaries, so the difference in the mean wages. And to identify the portion of the discrimination, we have to measure the wage differences between two groups of the workers who are equally skilled, equally experienced, equally educated. If there are still wage differences between them, we can say that it's because of the discrimination. All right, so we have this Oaxaca decomposition technique, that is to decompose the raw wages, the raw wage differences into a portion, into a percent, a portion that is related to the differences in the skills. And that is related to another portion that is related to the labor market discrimination. So when we see the wage to be different, so for example, men's salary is higher than the women's salary by $300. So out of the $300, how many percent of this $300 is because that the man actually possess greater level of the education, more experience, or greater level of the skill compared to the women? Maybe 40% of it is because the man is more educated compared to the women. That's why the man deserves to get the higher salary. And this is not discrimination. This is not discrimination. It just tells us that the man actually has greater human capital compared to the women. And that's why the man deserves to get a higher salary. And that's not discrimination. But that only explains 40% out of the $300 of the wage differences. Another 60% of the wage differences are actually unexplained. It cannot be explained by the differences in terms of human capital. And in this case, we say that another 60% could be due to discrimination. The men and the women could be equally educated, but yet the salary is still different, and that could be due to the discrimination. It's very important for us to measure the discrimination because we'll be able to identify the efficiency of the market, whether the labor market is operated efficiently or not efficiently. Now, whether men and the women are equally educated and yet the women are being discriminated and the women actually received lower salary and a lower position, or maybe they are being crowded into the low pay job, and also the job promotion opportunities for the women is relatively low compared to the men. And in this case, we say that the labor market is no longer efficient because the women don't get what they deserve for. Okay, they're being maltreated in the job market. So the labor market is not efficient anymore. Why? Because too less amount of the women is being hired if the women is being discriminated. When less women is being hired, how can we capitalize or how can we leverage on the knowledge possessed by the women? Just imagine, all of you, there's so many female students here. There's so many female students. I can see that many female students here in front of me. Now, if you're being discriminated by the job market, by the employer next time, so you may be discriminated and you may not be offered the job that you deserve. So you may be earning lower salary. How can you unleash your full potential? You have had the university qualification. You, as a female worker, you have to, as a woman, you have to develop your own career because you have the higher level of the education. But if, let's say, if you're being rejected your entry into the job market, how can you unleash your full potential? How can you earn the higher salary? So therefore, in this case, we say that the labor market is no longer efficient because the female's knowledge and the skills and the expertise of the female is not being leveraged. It's not being used to the fullest. It's not being brought to the full capacity. All right. So that's why in this case, the labor market is not efficient. And also the entire market is not efficient as well because the women will be earning less salary. How can they spend? The spending behavior among the women will be lower. and the spending pattern will be lower. The amount of expenses will be lower. And how can we stimulate the economy if the spending behavior or the spending power of the women is lower compared to the men? So therefore, we say that the market is no longer efficient if the discrimination ever occurs. And also, there is a need for us to measure the discrimination, because that will, it's important for us to tell the government when to interact, when to intervene the market with the anti-discrimination policy and the affirmative action laws in order to eliminate the discrimination. So that depends on the severity, how serious the discrimination is. If the 90% of the wage differences are because of the discrimination, you can imagine how serious the discrimination is. Without this discrimination, the female could have earned $300 more. Just because of the discrimination, the female earned $300 less. And that is very serious. So therefore, it requires the government's intervention. Now, we use the residual approach in order to measure the explained portion of the wage differences and the unexplained portion of the wage differences. The explained portion of the wage differences is the percentage of the wage differences between the men and the women that could be explained by the differences between them in terms of the characteristics like schooling, experience, training, or the skill and the ability, so on and so forth. And these are called the human capital. It must be because that the man's characteristic is greater than the women in order for them to be paid higher salary. And that is not discrimination. And that is called explained portion of the wage differences between the man and the women. But if the man's salary is greater than the women, and it's not because of the characteristics, even though both of them hold equal job, but the female actually is granted fewer promotion opportunities. Or maybe the women have been segregated into the low-paid job, even though both of them are equally experienced, equally skilled, or equally qualified. And that's called discrimination. And this is called the unexplained portion of the wage differences between the man and the women. Something that cannot be explained by the characteristic. It cannot be explained by any of these characteristics, and it's called the discrimination. So the residual approach of the Oaxaca wage decomposition method actually identifies how many percent of the wage differences that are due to unexplained portion and how many percent that is due to explained portion. But before we go into the mathematics, let's take a look at the graph here. Now, first of all, we have to plot the earnings function or the wage function for the man and also the wage function for the women. Now, from here, we see that at every level of the schooling, we notice that the man's earnings is above the female's earnings. So the man's salary is greater than the women's salary. Can we say that the man's salary is greater than the women's salary? It's because of the man possess greater level of the education, or they are more experienced than the female? Yes and no. It could be yes and it could be no. Because when the man's earned greater salary or higher salary than the women, it must be because that the schooling, the year of schooling of the man is greater, is higher compared to the women in order to qualify the man to be paid higher salary. But even when the women and the men are equally educated, and yet there's still wage differences between them, and that's called the discrimination. Look at this. The man's earnings function is relatively steep. It is steeper. Look at that. It's steeper. That means for every additional year of schooling, the man actually earns more salary compared to the same year of schooling obtained by the women. Therefore, we say that the earnings function, the man's earnings function is steeper than the women's earnings function because now the discrimination occurs. Every year or every additional 1 year of schooling will actually pays more higher, it pays more salary to the man compared to the women. So in this case, the man is well rewarded for every additional year of education that is obtained compared to the women. But look at that. Even so, look at that. If the females obtain this level of education, lower, let's say 10 years of the education, but the man obtained 13 years of the education. Of course, the man's educational level is greater than the women, right? Therefore, the man deserves to get a salary as high as WM bar, and the women deserves to get a salary as low as WF bar. And this is called the wage differences, the wage differential, the gender wage differential. Yeah. But out of this gender wage differential, we say that out of these differences, how many percent is due to discrimination and how many percent is due to the differences in terms of the education, where the man is really, obtaining greater level of the education compared to the women. Look at that. If the female had been paid the same salary just like the man, that means if the women follows the wage structure of the man, as if the woman is being treated just like a man. Now, if the woman is being treated just like a man, and we say that the man is not subject to the discrimination, and if the female is treated just like a man, if she's being paid following the male wage structure, we should expect there shouldn't be any discrimination, right? There shouldn't be any discrimination. Okay, fine. If there's no any discrimination, so that means women's education is being measured, is being rewarded following the earnings function of the man. The women should have earned this much, which is the WF star. The women should have earned this much. But even after being paid according to the male's earnings structure, where there's no discrimination, still the women's wage is lower than the male's wage. What do you think? That must be because of the female's education is lower than the man. Just because of that, the men deserve to get a higher salary, but the women deserves to get a lower salary, even when the woman is being paid according to the male's earnings structure. So in this case, there's no such thing as discrimination. We can't say it is a discrimination because it's just because of the differences between the man and the women in terms of the year of education. Therefore, in this case, we say that this portion of the wage differences, the wage differences is this much. This portion of the wage differentials between the man and the women is because of the skill differences. It is due to the skill difference between the man and the women, not discrimination. But what about another portion of the wage differences? So in this case, we see that this portion is called discrimination. Now, if the women's schooling is being rewarded following the women's wage structure, which is subject to discrimination, we say that the women is discriminated. If the schooling, the year of schooling is being rewarded following the women's earnings function, which is subject to discrimination. Therefore, the women could have earned as low as WF. Now, when she earned as low as WF, compared to when the schooling, the female's schooling, is being rewarded just like the man's earnings function without any discrimination, the women could have earned as high as this level. So you can imagine, without discrimination, the female could have earned as high as this if she possesses this amount of the schooling, which is SF. Now, since now the SF is being rewarded following the women's earnings structure, therefore she only earned WF. Therefore, the difference here refers to the discrimination. It is the portion of the which differences that cannot be explained by the skills. It is explained by discrimination. Okay, so therefore, we graphically, we have already observed, we have already identified the portion of the gender which differentials that are due to skill differences and that are due to discrimination. So let's take a look at the mathematical approach now. Now, in terms of mathematical, and I'm not going to teach you how to identify and I'm not going to teach you how to derive this equation. Yeah, if you want to know how to derive this equation, maybe there will be another class. It will be the postgraduate level, how to derive this equation. But first of all, you have to know that you have to identify the male's earnings function. Does this earning function is the Minserian which earnings function? Remember, last week we have learned about the Minserian earnings function, the which is a function of the year of schooling, the experience, and the experience square. Remember, this is what you have learned last week under the Minserian which equation. All right. So now the male's earnings function actually is motivated by the Minserian earnings function. All right. So this is the year of schooling. The B here is the beta coefficient for the schooling. So that beta actually captures the effect of the schooling on the wage. All right. And the alpha here is the constant. Without the schooling, still the man earns as much as this, the alpha M. Without the schooling, the man could have earned alpha M. Now, this is the female's earnings function, the female's schooling. And how does it affect the female's earnings? And it's captured by the beta F. All right. So, all right, the slope of the earnings function depends on the beta. Depends on the beta. The beta tells us about the slope. Okay, so in this case, the beta M is greater than the beta F. Therefore, you have this man's earnings function to be steeper compared to the women's earnings function. All right. Now, without the schooling, the women could have earned alpha F without the schooling. So now, when you compare the alpha M and the alpha F. Now, if the alpha M is greater than the alpha F, that means even without the schooling, the man could have earned even greater compared to the women, even without the schooling. So what do you think? This is actually discrimination. But besides that, another form of discrimination could occur from this portion. Now, how to come to this portion? First of all, we have to find the difference between the the male's earnings functions and the female's earnings function. WM minus WF. This portion minus this portion. This equation, which is the man's earnings function, minus the female's earnings function. Okay? Then, of course, mathematically, we have to add this and minus this, to add the same portion and minus the same portion, it ends in, it was zero rise. It was zero rise. It becomes zero. But in the mathematics, we have to do this operation in order to derive the Oaxaca wedge decomposition. Of course, there is a reason why these terms to be added. Okay, that will be an advanced topic. Okay, now at this point, so you learn, you just understand that. So if you want to derive the Oaxaca wedge decomposition, so you have to go through this process, rearranging this equation, and you're going to have this final equation. Now, this is called the Oaxaca wedge decomposition model. Now, in this case, alpha M minus alpha F is considered to be the wedge differential that is due to discrimination, because I told you just now, even without the education from the man and the women, still the men earned more than the women, and we could say that that could be due to discrimination. This is one source of discrimination. Another source of the discrimination is that even when the female education is being rewarded following the male's wedge structure, by right the wedge is supposed to be greater. which is this much. Okay, and compared to when the female's education is being rewarded following the female's wage structure, definitely it will be lower. So therefore, when this is positive, we have all reason to believe that it is a discrimination. All right, the discrimination occurs. Therefore, this portion of the wage differentials are called discrimination. So of course, if you estimate the male's earning function and the female's earning function using the regression or the OLS regression analysis, using the OLS regression model to find the beta value and the alpha value, definitely you're going to get this coefficient. If you're using the E-views or the starter, using the OLS regression method, you're going to get the beta M and the beta F and the alpha M and the alpha F. All right, so just substitute these values into this equation. You're going to find how many percent of the wage differences between the man and the women is due to the discrimination. It could be 60%, and the remaining will be 40%, for example. So this is due to the differences in terms of the skills, because we say that even when the females, look at that, even when the female's year of education had been awarded based on the man's wage structure, by right, there shouldn't be any discrimination. But still, the man's salary is higher than the female's salary. What we can explain about that, the only reason is because the female possess less amount of the education. So this portion must have been positive in order for this value to be positive. And why should this portion be positive? Because the SM is greater than the SF. Therefore, this portion is positive. And that's why we say that the male's education is greater than the female's education. And that's not discrimination. It's just because the female has less amount of the schooling compared to the man. Well, you might say that, well, we only consider the schooling. How can we be sure that this unexplained portion is because of the discrimination? Maybe when we consider some human capital, some other human capitals, like training, ability, okay, or some other characteristics. So it seems like the portion of the discrimination may be lowered, or it may be reduced, or it could be increased. Therefore, we say that the discrimination can be overestimated. It may be overestimated or underestimated, all right, depending on the variables that we consider. Now, in this case, if we have omitted the differences in the productivity-related characteristics, if we only consider the schooling without considering some other characteristics, for example, we don't consider the training, we don't consider the experience, we don't consider the communication skill, the family background, the occupational category, or maybe the some other characteristics that you can ever imagine. Okay, if you don't consider that aspect as the explained portion of the wage differences, we might have thought that the unexplained portion of the gender wage differences to be so huge. But in fact, once we have considered these other factors, it seems like the discrimination could have been lowered. The wage differences are not due to discrimination. So it may be only a smaller portion of the wage differences that are due to discrimination, only after we have considered more other productivity-related characteristics. So that comes to us that when you do a research, you have to have more independent variables. You don't just rely on one independent variable. Otherwise, you will suffer from the omitted bias, because other people, people will question you about your reliability of your result, because you may have omitted some other explained variable, which are also important. Okay, so in this case, if Now, we may have overestimated the discrimination. We may have thought that, oh, any wage differences between the man and the discriminate, any wage differences between the man and the women must be due to wage discrimination, but it's wrong. Okay, it may be due to ability. It may be due to cultural differences. It may be due to the college major or the occupational preferences. So maybe the man's, okay, maybe the female's ability is relatively lower compared to the man. So therefore, it is not discrimination. It is because that the females has a relatively lower ability, for example, compared to the man. All right? Or it's because of the culture. So if let's say the culture, so the attitude concerning to the work family, the work and family and the business. So the work culture. So in this case, if the cultures, if we think that the culture in that society, well, the society actually discriminates against the female, and they look down on the female who's working. So with this culture, so that means this culture, if it's not considered, if we don't consider that in the market, so in our model, we may have thought that the discrimination has occurred. But in fact, after considering the culture, we know that it is the culture in that society that actually discriminates the female. So therefore, the culture itself actually will, when it is not entered into the wage model, we may have overestimated the discrimination. We may have thought that the discrimination occurs, but in fact, it's because of the culture. It's because of the culture. All right. So therefore, and also the college major or the occupational choices. Now, when we say that the man's salary is higher than the female's salary, and we thought that, oh, it must be because that the female had been discriminated. And when we say that, oh, female hold the low pay occupation, and we thought that, oh, that's because the female had been discriminated. But in fact, it's not, because the female prefers to choose the job that is less time constraint or time demanding. Okay, that is less time demanding. All right. So in this case, the time commitment is relatively low if the women hold relatively lower position. That is the women's preference. It's the occupational preference, partly because that the women wants to fulfill the household responsibility. The women wants to fulfill the household responsibility. That's why the women will have to strike a balance. The women will have to, choose the occupation that is not taxing and that is not time consuming, so that he can actually fulfill the household responsibility. And remember to mute your mic. Please check your mic. Somebody has not turned off the mic yet. Okay. Now, so in this case, the women, because the women choose the occupation that is less demanding. And that's why the salary should be low for this kind of a job. So the women deserve to get a lower salary because of her choice. And it's not because of discrimination. Now, if we don't consider the occupational preference, we may have thought that whatever wage differences that we can see, it's actually discrimination. It's actually discriminatory. Therefore, we may have overestimated discrimination. But in fact, it's not discrimination. Okay? And somehow we may have underestimated the discrimination. Please check your mic. Thank you. Please check your mic. Shakira, please check your mic. You have forgotten to mute your mic, Shakira. Thank you for your attention. Please check whether you're still recording the lecture. Please check whether it is still recording, because I've heard that somebody the record has stopped. The recording has stopped. Please check whether you're still recording the lecture. All right. So underestimating the discrimination may have been underestimated. So if we the women are being denied of the opportunity to attend education. Okay, so that is also a source of the discrimination. It is a pre-market discrimination that happens before someone enters into the job market, and that's if we don't consider that aspect, we may have thought that we may have underestimated the discrimination. In fact, the discrimination could have been even greater if we consider the pre-market discrimination. And also the pre-market discrimination, if we neglect the productivity gap due to the pre-market discrimination. Now, just because the women receive lower education because of the pre-market discrimination, and therefore the productivity had been lower compared to the men. All right, now this kind of the productivity actually is discriminatory because the female had been denied of the opportunity to enter the school. So that's why in this case, the productivity of the women definitely will be lower. All right, so in this case, we say that we might have underestimated the discrimination if we didn't consider the productivity differences that are due to discrimination. And also another source of the discrimination that is underestimated is that we did not consider, we have ignored the job segregation, the females segregation into the low pay job. Now, in this case, if the female had been segregated into the low pay job, we say that it is discrimination, it is discriminatory. But if we don't consider this as part of the discrimination, we may have underestimated the severity of the discrimination. Okay, now the question is, why is the female being segregated into the low pay job that is due to discrimination? Why? And that brings us into the next topic, okay? And that is the occupational segregation, where there is an unequal distribution between the men and the women, where the men will be overrepresented in the high pay job, where the women being overrepresented into the low pay job. And that is called the gender occupational segregation. So what are the reasons behind that? That could be due to discrimination. The females has been discriminated, like what we explained just now. The female who are equally educated as the men, the female had been, denied of the entry into the higher position. So therefore, the female will only be able to hold lower position with a lower job, with a lower pay. All right, because of the identity as a woman. Therefore, this is a discrimination from the employer. It is a prejudicial behavior against the employer, and which has caused the women to be crowded into the low pay job or the dead end position where the promotion is relatively stagnant. As a result of that, the women get lower salary compared to the men. So discrimination. Another reason is because of the discontinuous pattern of the female participation. Maybe the female knows that the female wants to, fulfill the responsibility, the maternal responsibility, the maternal role. The female wants to play her maternal role as a mother, or to take care of the children, or to take care of the household responsibility. So if the woman knows that after getting married, now she wants to stay at home and to take care of the family, the children, and the husband. All right. So under the situation, she knows that definitely there will be a discontinuous pattern of the female participation. She knows that she may not be offering herself to the job market for a longer period of time. Therefore, the women purposely choose the job with the smallest earnings lost in the human capital. Now, once she has obtained the human capital, she has obtained the knowledge, the skills, the education. So the knowledge, the skills must be general, and it's not easily obsolete. For example, being a school teacher. If you're being a school teacher, so even when you're away from the school for maybe a few years because you want to take care of the little ones in your family, when the child is still young, you have to take care of the children. So that's why you stay at home for maybe a few years. So once your children become, grown up, all right. So now you return to the job market, and being a school teacher, the knowledge you have gained as a teacher may not be obsolete because the teaching skill may be applicable even a few years later. So therefore, the knowledge is not easily obsolete. Now, therefore, if women know that there will be a discontinuous pattern of the participation. They will not stay in the job market for a longer period of time. They purposely choose the job with the smallest loss in the human capital and where the skill is not obsolete immediately. Therefore, under the situation, they choose the position with these characteristics, and it is this position that pays less salary. So in another word, it means that it is the woman herself to choose the job that pays them the lower salary because they have their priority. They know that they can never stay in the job market for a longer period of time because they want to give way to the household response. They have to give way to fulfilling the household responsibility. So under this situation, we say that the women choose the occupation that pays the lower salary, but that's not discrimination. It's not discrimination. Therefore, the women have been crowded, it have been segregated into the low pay job because of their own preference, And of course, the employer is aware of this behavior, this women's behavior. Therefore, the employer is only willing to hire the women into the clerical job or the unskilled job that pays them lower salary. So the wage differences between the men and the women occur, but that is not discrimination because that is the woman's choice. That is the woman's choice because the woman prefers to work in a job with to hold a job with a less time commitment, But of course, the women actually, they expressed concern to merge the family and also the career together. But the men are largely unaffected with this concern because the women traditionally, they have to take care of the children, the family, to play the maternal role. All right. So maybe let's say if the woman works and to neglect of the family, so maybe the women will be, criticized. It will be criticized for neglecting the responsibility. So therefore, just because of that, the women may have such concern. So how to address this concern? Therefore, the government must establish more and more nursery so that the children can be sent to the nursery and the mother can return to the job market without any worries, right? So that the women can strike a balance to merge between the career and the family responsibility. Another reason for the occupational segregation is about the gender role. It must be because that the women, there is a gender stereotyping behavior between the man and the women, where the man had been traditionally taught, to hold a job that reflects the masculinity, the masculine behavior, the masculine attributes of the man. For example, engineering job. The engineering job, is supposed to be the man job because, it actually portrays that masculine attributes and that will only be possessed by the man. Therefore, engineers will be most likely be the man. Therefore, this is traditionally taught to the man. Men had been traditionally taught that kind of a mindset. So that's why when it comes to choosing the field of specialization in the university, there will be more male students studying the engineering course compared to the women. And the women will choose the feminine job that portrays the feminine attributes like nurse, teacher. So all this requires the quality like the patience, the caring, and the empathy from the female. So traditionally, there have been a gender stereotyping behavior, where the man is supposed to hold this kind of a masculine job, and the women is supposed to hold this kind of a feminine job. So just because of that, the men have been segregated into the man's position, and the women have been segregated into the female position. And it is this position that the salaries will be lower. And as a result of the gender role or the gender stereotyping behavior, female is holding the job that portrays the feminine attributes, and in turn, that pays a lower salary. So this caused the wage differences. But it's not discrimination. It's not discrimination at all. But it's actually the gender role. Okay, it's the gender role, what the society perceived the men's should be and the women should be. All right. So in this case, the men have been segregated into the man job and the women have been segregated into the women's job. So we take a 5 minutes break. Yeah, we'll take a quick 5 minutes break. So after the break, we're going to learn about the measurement for the occupational segregation. How do we measure the occupational segregation? We can actually use the Duncan index. So we're going to look at the Duncan index right after the break. So stay tuned. So we take a 5 minutes break. Be right back. Hi, yeah, welcome back. Can you see me? Can you still hear me?
Yes, doctor. We
Okay,
can see you.
all right. Can you still see my screen?
Yes, doctor.
All right, welcome back. Now, let us measure the occupational segregation. We know that the occupational segregation means that maybe a certain group of the workers have been segregated into, have been crowded into a certain occupation. Another group of workers have been segregated into another occupational category. So, for example, if the men have been segregated into the high position, like the professional, the managerial position, the executive level, okay, and also the women have been segregated into the sales job or maybe the elementary job. Now that is called the occupational segregation. Now, how should we measure the severity of the occupational segregation, the extent of the occupational segregation? We can actually use the Duncan index. The Duncan index actually measures this dissimilarity or this dissimilarity in terms of the occupation distribution, the distribution by two different groups in terms of the occupational category. All right, so this Duncan index actually measures how similar or dissimilar the distribution of two groups or more groups across different occupations, All right, now this is the formula to calculate the Duncan index. Now it's a half times the summation of occupation 1 to occupation n. So we have n occupation. Let's say we have 10 occupations over here. So that means the n becomes 10. So there will be 10 occupations over here. Now, that is the absolute difference between the men's proportion and the women's proportion in each of the occupation. Let's say we have 10 occupations over here. So in each of the occupation, each of the JE occupation over here, how many percent of the men is holding this position and how many percent of the women is holding the same position? Okay, so this is the formula. Now the D value is between 0 and 1. Now the closer the D value to the 0, that means the men and the women are almost identical in the occupational distribution. Why? When the D equals to 0, that means the difference between the men and the women in each of the occupations shouldn't be huge. For example, 20% of the men is holding the professional position, where 19% of the female is also holding the same position. So the difference is not huge, therefore it's closer to 0. Okay, now when the difference is very huge, for example, you have 20% of the men holding professional occupation, but only 1% of the female holding the professional occupation. Majority of the female, most of the females hold maybe the elementary job, or maybe the executive level, or the sales or clerical job. That's not fair to the women. Okay, so in this case, only 1% of the women hold the professional job. So it seems like the difference is going to be huge. It's closer to 1. Therefore, there's no any man or the women, yeah, who is in the same occupation, because majority of the men have been crowded into this high paid job and majority of the women have been crowded into the low paid job. So the D here we have to calculate. So the D index, the D value actually tells us how many percent of the men and the women have to change the job, switch the job in order for the more equal occupational distribution. That's the meaning of the Duncan index. Let's take a look how we calculate the Duncan index. Now, assuming that we have this occupational category, we have the managerial, the professional, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have 6 occupational categories. So one out of the 100% of the men, so how many percent of the men are holding different occupation? So what is the percentage? What is the proportion of the men holding different occupations? So there are 32.4% of the men holding managerial and professional occupation, 17% holding the sales and the office occupations, 13% holding the service occupations, and 6.5% installation, and 18.6% in the production, and only 1.1% in the farming, forestry, and the fishing. Look at the women. Majority of the women, look at that. Majority of the women, they are 37.7% now. In fact, there are more women holding managerial position compared to the men. So this is within the women, okay, within the women. So within the women itself, 37% of the women actually is holding the managerial and the professional occupation. But within the men, there are only 32%. So that means there are more, the proportion of the female holding the managerial and professional occupation is greater than the proportion of the man. But look at that. Look at the next occupation. Look at this, sales and office occupations. Now, traditionally, we say that the sales job are supposed to be the female's job. The females are more likely to hold the sales job, okay, traditionally. So therefore, we have a larger proportion of the female holding this sales and office occupation compared to only 70% of it. And the service occupation, we say that is more feminine. So therefore, more female holding this service position compared to the man. And the installation jobs are more masculine. So therefore, there will be more men, higher proportion of the men holding this installation job or maintenance or repair job compared to the women. Now, that is the difference, the occupational distributions between the man and the women. Now we don't look at this one. This one is a black and a white. Look at this. Now that is the percentage. Now, in order to calculate the Duncan index, we have to find the difference between the percentage over here for each of the occupation categories over here. And it's going to be an absolute value. 32.4 minus 37.7, you will get a negative value. But we take an absolute value, so this negative value will become positive. And once we have found the difference among these all 6 different categories, we sum it up. And multiply by half. So in this case, 32.4 minus 37.7, we have 5.3. Difference is 5.3. It's a positive value because we take an absolute value. 5.3%. This is in terms of percent. So percent is 0.053. It's equal to 0.053. So we totaled up the differences, the absolute differences, and we multiply by half, and we get the Duncan index of 0.244, which is somewhere between 0 and 1. And that 0.244 is relatively close to the 0. We say that, well, the occupational segregation between the man and the women is relatively low. But when we say low, how low is low? Okay, then we have to compare with the Duncan index that is calculated based on the occupational segregation on the basis of skin color, the white and the black. And the result shows that it's 0.09. That means when we compare the occupational segregation between the man, the gender occupational segregation, and the racial occupational segregation, it seems like the racial occupational segregation is less serious. It is less serious compared to the gender-based occupational segregation. Because 0.244 means that 24.4% of the men or the women will have to switch their job in order for a more equal distribution of the occupation to be generated. So that's why in order to achieve more equal occupational distribution, some of the females over here has to switch their job. some of the men over here have to switch the job in order for a more equal distribution of the occupation. Now, bear in mind, this is just a measurement about the severity, the extent of the occupational segregation. Now, we are not suggesting people to switch their job. Now, how can a high-skilled workers to switch their job to hold a low-skilled position? It's not possible, right? So we have to interpret this Duncan index with a grain of salt. We have to be very careful when interpreting it. The implication doesn't mean that we have to get this female holding the higher position or the man holding the higher position to let go of their job to hold the lower position. No way. This is not the meaning of the Duncan index. It only tells us about the degree of the occupational segregation in our labor market on the basis of percentage distribution of the workers of the different groups across the different occupational categories. So with that, let me share with you on one of my studies published in the Asian Economic Journal on the occupational segregation and how it affects the gender wage differentials in Malaysia. So we know the occupational segregation where a certain group of the workers have been crowded into a certain occupation, whereas another group of the workers have been crowded into another categories of the occupation. So in this case, how does that affect the wage differences? And in this case, the gender wage differences. So in this case, how does the gender occupational segregation affect the gender wage differentials in Malaysia? And my study showed that, now this is the occupation, the high skilled, service, production, unskilled. We have 4 different categories. Now our research shows that this is the female actual distribution. When we ask them in the questionnaire, so this is the percentage of the women who told us that they are holding this position. Okay, this is the actual percentage distribution. But when we predict the distribution by substituting the female's characteristics into the male's occupational probability, occupational function. All right, now that is technical. Okay, that is too technical. So what you need to know is if the females are being treated just like a man by following the occupational structure just like a man, by right, the female will not be discriminated. By right, the female could have got even greater probability of holding the job just like the men do. Now, the last column tells us about the predicted distribution. Now, we found that, in fact, there will be more female holding the top position, which is the high skilled level, the high skilled job, if they had been given a chance, had there not been any discrimination. Now, even without the discrimination, we know most of the female already hold a higher position, thanks to the education investment, thanks to the human capital investment, from the country. So our country actually promotes the human capital investment among the women. The country, Malaysia, actually empower women with a human capital investment so that more and more women actually achieve greater and greater, higher and higher level of the education in Malaysia for them to move up to the job ladder. Therefore, we know that more women than the men are holding the high skilled position. But even without the discrimination, we know that even more female could have held this high position. Just because of the discrimination, only this much of the women hold the highest skilled position. But without the discrimination, we know that even more women will be holding the high position. Okay, now without the discrimination, we know that less female will be crowded into the low pay job. Look at that, number 4. Number 4 is the unskilled labor or the elementary occupation. Now, with the discrimination, it seems like more female will be crowded into the occupation 3 and 4, which is production and the unskilled labor. But without the discrimination, so less female have been crowded into the low pay job. All right. Now, as a result of that, we know that now women are willing to work, but they are denied of the occupation. They're denied of the opportunity due to the discrimination. Okay, and just because of this discrimination, we say that we can actually decompose the wage gap, yeah, by taking into consideration the gender occupational segregation. And from here, we notice that when the female are being crowded into the low pay job and the male are being crowded into the high pay job, it could be due to discrimination, but it's rather small, 18% only. 18% of the gender wage gap is because of the female had been crowded into the low pay job due to discrimination, and the male had been crowded into the high pay job due to discrimination. Okay, so that's why it's unexplained. Between occupational unexplained portion of the gender wage gap. Now, the within occupational unexplained portion of the gender wage gap plays a greater role. Almost 90% of the gender wage gap is because of the discrimination that happens within the same occupation. That means when the man and the woman are holding the same job, when a man and a woman are holding the same job, by right, there shouldn't be any wage differences. But still, there is a wage difference between a man and a woman, and that wage difference is due to discrimination. And 89% of the wage differences between a man and women is because of the discrimination that happens within the same occupation. And it's even this kind of a discrimination that took place in Malaysia. It's even more serious compared to the discrimination that occurred within the occupational segregation that crowded the female into the low pay job. So if you're a policymaker, what kind of a policy would you be suggesting to the policymakers in Malaysia? If you're an economist, what kind of a policy would you be suggesting to the policymakers in Malaysia based on the results over here? It seems like the discrimination that takes place within the same occupation, that means men and women holding the same occupation will be paid differently. And this kind of a discrimination is even more serious compared to women being crowded into the low pay job. If you're a policymaker, you will first of all tackle the problem that originated from the within occupational differences. That means any policy should be targeted to reducing the within occupational wage differences, to reduce the discrimination, to eliminate the discrimination that happens within the same occupation. That means the authority, the government should monitor the wage structure in the company between the man and the women, so as to not discriminate the women, so that the man and the women with the same occupation should be paid equally and should be following the same wage structure without much discrimination. That would require a monitoring mechanism from the government to oversee the wage system or the wage structure in a different company. All right, and in order to help the women to move up to the job ladder so that they can hold a higher position and not to be crowded into the low pay job, therefore, we should empower the women with a human capital investment, especially in terms of education and the training, so that the women will have what it takes to move up to the job ladder to earn higher salary. Okay. Now, when we look at this study, we might have thought that, well, if we can't avoid discrimination, and that the female had been discriminated and had been crowded into the low pay job, or maybe certain group of the workers with a different, with a certain demographic characteristics, they had been crowded into the low pay job. And as a result of that, the workers' welfare had been compromised. Now, under that situation, how should the government help these workers whose salary had been depressed, or when the salary cannot even, fulfill his daily expenses? All right. So under that situation, how can the government help in order to improve the monetary welfare or the economic welfare of the low paid of the workers at the low paid job? So therefore, under this situation, the government should implement the minimum wage. And that's the reason why minimum wage is implemented in many countries around the world, because the minimum wage actually is to protect the welfare of the workers. It is to improve the economic well-being of the workers. All right. So now let me just switch attention to the minimum wage in Malaysia. Now, I want to divert your attention to the minimum wage in Malaysia and how it affects the employer and employee. Now, this study is based on my study. Whatever I'm going to discuss later, what I'm going to present later, it's actually from my own research. And I actually studied this. Yeah, I conducted this research during the COVID period, where Malaysia actually implemented the, or increased the minimum wage from 1,100 ringgit Malaysia to 1,200. Now, this is the historical trend of the minimum monthly wages in Malaysia. So 2013, we had our first minimum wage, and the minimum wage policy had been implemented since the 2013. With a minimum wage of 900 in the Peninsular Malaysia. Okay. Now, of course, it lasted for 3 years. All right, and it had been adjusted upwards to 1,000, and it lasted for another 3 years. And in the year of 2019, the minimum wage had been increased to 1,001. And in the 2020 and the 2021, just when the whole world was struck by the COVID-19. And the employer, many of the factories had shut down, okay, due to the lockdown and the movement control order. So that's why many of the many factories had shut down because of the lockdown, and the consumption actually had dropped. So therefore, many workers had been unemployed. Many people had been unemployed at this time, during this period. So that's why the survivability of the employer had been so difficult. And the employees' survivability had been so difficult as well. It was so difficult during this period of time. But it was this period of time where the Malaysian government had increased the minimum wage from 1,100 to 1,200 during that period of time. Now, it is this motivation. Now, it is this situation that motivated my study. I wanted to study to what extent the employer and the employee could survive during this period of time where the minimum wage had been adjusted upward from 1,001 to 1,200. And now 2022, starting May 2022, the minimum wage in Malaysia had been adjusted upward by 25% from 1,200 to 1,500. Definitely, who will be happy? Definitely the employees, the workers will be happy. Who will be sad? The employer definitely will be sad, because that's going to be an increasing cost of hiring to the employer. Now, you would expect what could the impact of the increase in the minimum wage. Now, of course, the government had all reason to increase the minimum wage to 1,500 starting 2022, because we said that we had already, got into the endemic phase. No more COVID. The COVID is under control, and the lockdown had been lifted, and most of the economic sectors in Malaysia have been opened during that period of time, and then the economy is recovering. So that's why in the year of 2022, it seems like the economic outlook had been favorable, and that's why the employer is supposed to be able to pay as high as 1,500. Okay, so that was the argument. Now, my concern is about this period where the whole world was struck by the COVID-19, and yet the government adjusted the minimum wage from 1,001 to 1,200. So what is expected to be the impact? Now, before we go further, let's take a look at the reason why we need to have a minimum wage. the cost of living is increased. Therefore, the minimum wage has to be increased in order to live up to the increase in the cost of living. And another reason is to reduce the dependency on the foreign labor, so that the employer, now in Malaysia, the foreign labor is also protected by the minimum wage. It is also subject to the minimum wage legislation. Therefore, the foreign labor in Malaysia will earn at least the minimum wage as shown here, just like the local workers. Now, of course, not many foreign labor are highly educated or high skilled. Now, instead of paying that 1,500 or the minimum wage to the foreign labor who is relatively less skilled compared to the local workers, might as well just give this opportunity to the local workers who is relatively higher skilled. Therefore, in order to reduce the dependency on the foreign workers, the government implemented the minimum wage with the hope that the employer will switch to hiring more local workers and to reduce the reliance on the foreign workers, so that the job opportunities will be just, targeted to the local workers. Another reason is to improve the productivity, because when the minimum wage is implemented, the firm will try to adjust the production process by investing more in the capital, so that the production process will be automated, because the employer wanted to reduce the reliance on the foreign labor and to reduce the reliance on the labor whose salary had been increased, because the minimum wage increase is an increase in the cost of hiring. Therefore, the impact will be, there will be a drop in the hiring. When the employer reduces the hiring, then the number of the labor will be lower. And in order to fulfill the productivity, the employer will turn to the investment in the capital to automate the production process to improve the productivity. All right. And another impact is the employer may be adjusting the cost. Reducing the cost, for example, to reduce the fringe benefit, the bonus, fringe benefit, the medical or the insurance benefit, the medical benefit, incentive, the remuneration of the fringe benefit that will be paid to the workers together with the basic salary before the increase in the minimum wage. But now the employer will have to adjust the salary, adjust the cost, or maybe the cost will be transferred to the consumer in terms of the increasing price of the output. So in order to retain the same amount of workers so that unemployment will not occur, and yet the employer has to pay the higher minimum wage. So in order to maintain the same amount of the workers, the employer is given no choice but to pass on the burden of the increasing cost to the customer, to the consumer, in terms of the higher price. So the consumer will have to pay the higher price for the output that is produced by the workers where the minimum wage is paid to them. Okay, so now look at that. This is my study, and it is granted by this is my research grant, and it's granted by the Tun Ismail Ali Chair. And the data collection period was October 2021 to March 2022. So this period, most of the economic sector in Malaysia have been opened, and of course, we are already in the endemic period, and the COVID-19 was brought under control, but it's just that now, during that time, back then, the COVID-19 was still, a concern. So that's why we had to be careful. Yeah, the employer had to be careful when. In terms of controlling or containing the COVID-19. All right. So under this period, now I collected the data from 898 employees and 291 employers, and this research was actually conducted together with my colleagues at the University of Malaya. All right. So this is my research on the minimum wage policy and the employer-employee survivability amidst the COVID-19 induced macroeconomic uncertainties. So dealing with this macroeconomic uncertainties, that is resulted by the COVID-19. How could the employer survive? How could the employee survive under the framework of the minimum wage increase, where the government had increased the minimum wage from 1,200 to 1,200 back then? Now, remember this period of time, the 1,500 minimum wage was not implemented yet, because the 1,500 minimum wage in Malaysia was only adjusted upwards. It's only implemented in the May 2022. Okay, now during this period where the research was conducted, the employer still faced with the 1,200 of the minimum wage. Now, what is the outcome? Look at this outcome. Now, my research shows that the adjustment measures taken by the employees where their salary is insufficient to support their daily expenses, what they're going to do is they will reduce the expenses. And this is generally the true for the workers across different scale of the firm, whether it is a micro, SME, the small, medium, or the large scale firms. Workers, employees at these different firms of the different scale, okay, they responded to this question. They said that they will reduce the expenses. And some of them said that they will work for a part-time. For those who are working in the micro SME and the small enterprise where the salary is relatively low, so they're given no choice but to work as a part-timer if their salary is insufficient. For those who work in the medium or the large size firm, it will be more likely for them to reduce their monthly savings. Okay, they still can save the money because their salary is relatively high. Therefore, they still manage to save their money, but they have to cut down on their saving if their salary is insufficient to support the expenses during that period of time where the whole world was struck by COVID-19. And at the same time, the minimum wage was adjusted upwards to 1,200 in February 2020. Okay, now in terms of productivity adjustment, when their salary is increased, thanks to the employer who still managed to pay 1,200, and when their salary is increased, the commitment given by the workers will be they are more energetic to complete the task, and most of them say that they will be more committed to their job across the board, regardless of the size of the company. Now, in terms of the employer, if the employers had to pay the minimum wage, now what kind of adjustment they will go for? Now, majority of the employer agree that they will cut down on the hiring. Look at that. That is to explain why the unemployment was very serious during the COVID-19 period in Malaysia, because that was the period that coincided with the 1,200 minimum wage legislation. So therefore, during that period of time, the cost of operation had been very expensive. The employers will have to pay the higher minimum wage at the same time of facing with the lockdown and the declining demand from the consumer. All right, so therefore, the employers were given no choice but to reduce the number of the hiring across all the firms of a different size. You can see how serious is that, how serious was the minimum wage. And some of the firms, some of the small scale firms, they said they will reduce the fringe benefit. And some of the large scale or the medium firm, they said they will reduce the R&D expenditure. Yeah, and some of the firms, the large firm, they said they reduced the bonus, but they still pay the bonus, but it's just that the bonus had been reduced. But that only happens for the large company, let alone the small company. All right, in terms of the production, what is the expectation on the employer if the employees were paid the minimum wage that is higher? The employer would expect the workers to be more hardworking, to increase the productivity that's across the board, and to adopt the digitalization in the daily business operations. So that's why we use the Microsoft Teams, the Zoom, and we use artificial intelligence. Yeah, we use a lot of the AI, the cloud computing, all these, many firms invested into the digitalization in order to, improve the production. If they were to pay the minimum wage, because when the minimum wage is increased, the cost of hiring is increased. Therefore, they reduce the hiring. And how to produce an output, how to ensure the output can be increased, they have to either encourage the workers to increase the productivity or to adopt the digitalization so that the production process can be automated. Now, take a look at some of the statistics over here. The job creation before the COVID, the high-skilled, semi-skilled, and the low-skilled workers, this is the workers, the job creation. All right. So before the COVID-19, the job created by this different skill category had been increased. But during the COVID-19 period, we know that generally the job created by different category had been reduced. And that was because of the minimum wage and also the COVID-19. Look at that. Even the high-skilled workers have lost their job. That was during the COVID-19, as well as the period where the minimum wage of 1,200 were implemented back in the February 2020, which is the first quarter. And you can see after the implementation of the minimum wage, it has dropped. Now, after the economic sector had been reopened, now we say that the total amount of job created by different occupational category has been increased compared to the second quarter of 2021. So the second quarter of 2022 witnessed an increase of the job creation. Now, when we look at the proportion, now that is serious, that is very important. Look at the proportion. From time to time, we observe that the semi-skilled workers, the proportion of the semi-skilled workers is getting higher and higher from time to time. But the proportion of the high-skilled workers is getting lower and lower. What is the problem? We know that the level of the education, the human capital investment in Malaysia had been increased thanks to the government, but yet by right, we're supposed to be able to produce high-skilled workers. But why is the proportion of the high-skilled workers keep declining? Why is the proportion of the high-skilled workers declining? Look at the yellow color. The proportion is declining. Is it because of the minimum wage? Or is it because of the labor market structure, where the FDI that we attracted into Malaysia was not able to create a high-skilled job, to absorb the high-skilled workers that we have already churned, that we have already produced and supplied from the university. So maybe the demand for the high-skilled jobs is relatively low compared to the supply of the high-skilled job, resulting to the fact that the proportion of the high-skilled job had been lower. But the semi-skilled job had been increased. Is it because of the minimum wage? Now, based on the past study, it could be. Look at the productivity of the workers, another characteristic. Look at the value added per hour worked and the value added per employment. We know that from time to time, there is an increase in the productivity. Increase in the productivity in terms of the value added per hour work or per employment. 1 hour, what is the productivity? And one worker, what is the productivity? So we can see that the productivity has been increased, even though during the COVID-19 period, the productivity had been dropped because the number of the hour had been reduced due to the working from home culture or the working from home practice. The number of the hour had been reduced. Therefore, the value added per hour, seemed to be higher. So the productivity seemed to be higher. Okay, now look at that. There had been an increase in the labor productivity during this period of time. By right, there should be more job opportunities to be offered to the high-skilled workers as well. But in this case, we can see here, now, look at the willingness to pay of the employer and also the willingness to pay of the employee for different level of the minimum wage. Now, when the minimum wage we asked the respondent, are you willing to pay the minimum wage if the minimum wage had been increased to 2,000 ringgit Malaysia? Just an example. We just asked the opinion, if the minimum wage had been increased to 2,000, are you willing to pay? So the employer, majority of course, most of the employees, 74%, this is a percentage of the employees saying, yes, I'm willing to accept it. Of course, from the perspective of the employee, definitely they'll be more willing, they'll be more than happy to accept the minimum wage, the higher the better, right? But from the perspective of the employer, look at the employer. Majority of the employer say that they are only willing to pay 1,200. Or some of the companies, some of the employers may even, now the micro enterprises, most of the employers in the micro enterprises, they're only willing to pay 1,100. It's even lower than the February 2020 1,200 minimum wage implementation, remember? So that means during that period of time, when my research was conducted, some of the employers, especially for those in the micro enterprises, were not willing to pay as much as 1,200. So that's why the government actually, they delayed the implementation for these micro. They give the soft landing. Okay, so they actually adopted the soft landing strategy. So that means we give some time, some flexibility for those companies, a micro company where the number of the employees are less than 5 here, to take some time to adjust by not paying 1,200. They can pay lower than that, but slowly and gradually they have to pay 1,200. So majority of the employer actually are willing to pay 1,200, yes, because that is the minimum wage order 2020. That was the time where my research was conducted and the data was collected. By hook or by crook, the employer will have to pay as much as 1,200. Now, there should be some interaction between the employer and employee to identify what is the optimal level, what is the level of the wage that employer and the employer is willing to pay and the employee is willing to accept. It seems like 1,400 and 1,600 will generate the smaller gap between the employer willingness to pay and employees willingness to accept. The green color here has got a smaller gap. This is larger gap, this is larger gap. So therefore, we might suspect that the minimum wage that is agreed between the employer and the employee must be somewhere between 1,004 and 1,005. And my research showed that it's 1,500. Look at that. Overall, the willingness to pay and the willingness to accept interact at this point. Overall, without differentiating the size of the firm, it shows that Malaysian employer is willing to pay 1,005 and Malaysian employee is willing to pay to accept 1,005. But that was before 2022, May, remember? That means, in another word, it means that even before the government instructed the industry to pay 1,500, the industry was already willing to pay 1,500. Even earlier than the 2022 minimum wage order of 1,500. Even when the whole world was struck by the COVID-19, but employers in Malaysia were, majority employer of Malaysia were already willing to pay 1,500. Now look at the SME. Look at the SME, the small medium enterprise. They were not willing to pay 1,500, but they were willing to pay somewhere between 1,003 and 1,004, and that is greater than 1,200. Okay, look at this. It's 1,400 and 1,500, and it's even greater than 1,200. It exceeds the 1,200 of the minimum wage that was implemented in the 2020. So that means at that time, employers were already willing to pay in excess of what they are supposed to pay. Okay, look at that. Even the small, medium enterprise, and let alone the large firm and the medium firm, they were even willing to pay more than that, 1,000 to 1,600, 1,500 to 1,600. Okay, so that's why in this case now, if this research had been conducted right now, this research was conducted 2 years back, or maybe 1.5 years back, and at that time, employers in Malaysia were already willing to pay as high as this, and now the economy had been recovering, and most of the economic sector had been reopened, and all of the economic sectors in Malaysia had been reopened, and the lockdown has been lifted, and the economy had been going back to the normal path. Okay, so what makes the employer thinks that they're not willing to pay 1,500? They were already willing to pay 1,500 even before the 1,500 legislation had been implemented. They were already willing to pay this much. Therefore, employers were supposed to be able to pay more than 1,500, but right now the minimum wage in Malaysia is still 1,500, and is expected to be adjusted upwards maybe a year or two. Therefore, for those companies that could not survive this minimum wage, the government should provide the subsidy or the wage subsidy to the employer, and to help the employer for the production automation by providing the research and development, by providing the technical assistance to the employer. Lastly, this is the last slide. Okay, now if the government were to implement the minimum wage, not just Malaysian government, any country, if the minimum wage were to be increased, there is a point to ponder. And if the minimum wage had been increased amidst the sluggish economy, now we have to be very careful, because the recent study from Germany, okay, had already proven that when the minimum wage was implemented at the time when the economy was slowing down, the impact will be huge, because it may result in less unskilled workers to be less considered. Now, maybe when the minimum wage is increased, employer will reduce the hiring. Utami, sorry, you have forgotten to switch off the mic. Utami, you have forgotten to mute your mic. Utami, Miss Utami, please switch off your mic. Thank you. All right. Now, when the minimum wage was increased at a time where the economy is slowing down, so the employer will reduce the hiring, reduce the hiring of the unskilled workers. But every worker has its job role. If the employer reduces the hiring of the unskilled workers, who is going to hold the position? Who is going to in charge? Who is going to be in charge of the job task that was conducted by the unskilled workers? You're not going to ask the skilled workers to replace the unskilled workers. Please check your mic, please. I think somebody had forgotten to mute the mic. Please check the mic, please. Utami, please check your mic. Okay, thank you very much. Now, so in this case, we say that the skilled workers may not be able to replace the unskilled workers. Okay, now, as a result of that, the employer may be shifted to hiring the semi-skilled workers, where the median salary is slightly higher than 1,500. Now, minimum wage is 1,500. If the employer would like to reduce the hiring, if the employer would have to reduce the hiring of the unskilled workers, and who is going to replace the unskilled workers? You're not going to ask the skilled workers to replace the unskilled workers. So the employer will try to switch to the semi-skilled workers whose salary is slightly higher than 1,500. At least by paying slightly more than 1,500, the employer can get the higher quality of the workers, because the workers are of semi-skilled. Definitely they will be of higher quality compared to the unskilled workers. The employer doesn't mind to pay higher than 1,500 just to hire the workers who are semi-skilled rather than the unskilled workers. So therefore, in this case, we suspect that, like what you have seen just now, the proportion of the semi-skilled workers in Malaysia had been increased. It could be due to the fact that now the employers switch to hiring the semi-skilled workers where the salary is relatively low and the semi-skilled workers can be trained. All right, it can be trained and you provide training to them. They can be skilled workers. All right. And at the same time, the skilled workers' employment to drop. It may cause the skilled workers' employment to drop because the demand actually comes from, the demand had been shifted to the semi-skilled workers. As a result of that, the high-skilled workers seemed to be less demanded. And as a result of that, the salary had dropped. All right, the salary had dropped. And the study, the Salaries and the Wages Survey 2020 showed that, now back at that period of time. So we see that the semi-skilled workers' median salary is, the median salary is 1,500 something. Look at that, 1,500 something in the year of 2020. Okay, that's almost similar to 1,500 as the minimum wage. So therefore, of course, that was the data 2 years back. The data on the 2021, of course, is slightly higher for the semi-skilled workers. But no matter how high it is not too, it is not too much different from 1,500. Therefore, we see that maybe the employer in Malaysia has switched to hiring the semi-skilled workers. And the skilled workers, where the salary is relatively higher. So it may not be highly demanded by the employer. And it had been exacerbated by the skilled gig workers. Some of the skilled workers had turned to the gig job. They work from home as a freelancer. So there will be more and more skilled workers to offer themselves, okay, on a contractual basis. Therefore, the demand for the high-skilled workers and their salary actually had dropped because the employer has the alternative to hire the skilled workers, as the gig workers, as a freelancer. So what should the government do is the firm should reduce the cost, adjust the cost when the minimum wage is paid. So maybe the cost some other costs should be adjusted, like the benefit, the fringe benefit, reducing the bonus, reducing the other fringe benefit in order to survive, all right? And to invest in the capital and the production automation in order to replace the skilled workers with the capital, with the automation or the capital. Now, with the high tech, can the demand for the skilled workers be increased? Because when the employer improves the investment in the capital, then at the same time, he has to increase the demand for the high-skilled workers. So the high-skilled workers and the technology or the capital goods, all right, or the machines or the capitals, they should be complementing each other. So therefore, the demand for the skilled workers can be created and their wage can be increased. But of course, all this requires the government assistance in terms of the technical assistance and also the financial assistance. With that, when the minimum wage is increased, in order to avoid causing the job loss for the skilled workers and the salary drop for the skilled workers, this is what the government should do. And this idea of mine had been expressed in the newspaper called Berita Harian last year. So if you're interested, you can refer to my newspaper. It's written in Bahasa Malaysia. All right. So with that, I end my lecture. Thank you very much for your attention. And we open the Q&A session. Sorry for taking much of the time. Yeah, I started late, so I have to end my lecture late. That's my promise. So stop sharing and yes, anything you want to ask? Anything you want to ask? Feel free to ask the question. Okay, Deborah has raised her hand. So Deborah, what's your question?
Thank you for the time, sir.
Did you, yeah, hi, good day. Did you type your question? No, you didn't type your question just like what you did last week. Okay, now, so what is your, okay, now what is your question?
We already discussed about two groups, about white workers and black workers. And
All right.
my question is, what about workers between white and black workers? I mean that the workers with skin that is not too black and not too white, is that worker classified as a white worker or black worker? Will they accept on both sides on free of discrimination? I think. Okay.
Well, on the skin color, I think it's beyond my expertise. It's beyond my expertise to comment. You may have to ask the biologist. You may have to ask the biologist. Yeah. So whether a person is considered to be the white or the black, yeah, that's beyond my expertise. I don't comment on that. Yeah. But research has found that besides we would say that the workers with the color, could be the blacks, could be the Hispanic, could be the Asian. As long as they are not the white, they are considered to be the colored workers, the workers with the color. All right. So workers with the colors means that their skin color. All right. So they could be Asian, they could be Hispanic, it could be black. Okay. So these workers, research have shown that in the past studies, research have shown that these workers, the colored workers, was discriminated. But there have been past studies proving this. Okay. Now, of course, from time to time, we will see that the extent or the degree of the discrimination has been reduced because now we have the trade union. We have the trade union everywhere to fight for the labor right and the remuneration and the working conditions of the workers. So that's why, and also the government had been helpful in fighting the right. And also the labor union and also the NGO, the non-governmental organization had been so articulate. Yeah, the social activists, yeah, have been taken to the street, yeah, to show the dissatisfaction if the discrimination occurs. So that's why with these improvement, I guess that the extent of the discrimination have been reduced. It can be addressed, if not fully eliminated. So I hope I have answered your question.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Next, 5 Hutagalong.
Thank you, doctor, for your opportunity.
Can you speak louder? Can you speak louder?
Can you hear me, doctor?
Yeah, okay.
Thank you for your opportunity given. But the first, let me introduce myself. My name is Fai Putagalung, and I have two questions. Is when economists get statistically significant coefficient on rates after estimating a wage equation that control for standard measures of individual productive capacity.
Sorry, can you repeat the question? Can you repeat? I can't catch you. The first question. What is that? There is a disturbance. There's a disturbance. Okay. What is your first question again?
Wait. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
There's a disturbance in the background.
When economists get a statistically significant coefficient on race after estimating a wage equation that control for standard measures of individual productive capacity, e.g. education, experience, and macroeconomic conditions, e.g. state or regional visa effects, as well as race and gender, what does that mean? Do we interpret that coefficient as evidence of racial discrimination, or does it reflect some unobserved or omitted variable? And then the second question, how can employers avoid racial discrimination on the job? That's all, doctor. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your questions. Let me just answer the first question. Now, that is actually the technical question. I hope okay, that's the technical question. Now, when we use the Oaxaca wage decomposition, so we are going to decompose the wage gap, for example, the gender wage gap. in a portion into a portion that is explained by the gender differences in the characteristic, and another portion that is due to the gender differences in terms of how the man or the woman is being treated. So we call that as the unexplained portion. Now it depends on the number of and also the types of the variable that you enter into the which equation. Now, if you enter more variables as the independent variables into the model, definitely the greater the extent of the which differential that can be explained by the variable that you have included into the model. It could be the year of schooling, it could be the ability, experience, training, it could be the family background, the occupation, it could be the employment status. It also could be some other characteristics like the ability, like the communication skill. Now, all these are not called unexplained. All these are not called unexplained. It is explained because the which can be explained by these characteristics, and there's no way it is called a discrimination. There's no way to be called as a discrimination. What we can say is these are the explained portion of the gender which gap. So these variables can actually explain the gender which differential, whether it is significant or not significant, because the gender which gap and the proportion of the explained and the unexplained portion is based on the calculation of the coefficient, the beta, the coefficient, regardless of the significance. Whether a variable is significant or not significant, it will be considered in the calculation of the proportion of explained factor and the proportion of unexplained portion. So out of the proportion of explained portion, all right, the proportion of the explained portion, now some of the variables may be statistically significant and some of the variables may not be statistically significant. Now, whether it is significant or not significant, it still contains the coefficient for you to calculate the percentage of the which differential that is due to explained factor. Okay, of course, the number of the independent variables that you have included into the which function, the greater the explained portion of the which gap, and the smaller it is, the portion from the discrimination. That means the discrimination, it is the unexplained portion because it is something unobserved, like what you mentioned just now. For whatever variables that you did not enter into the OLS regression model, those are considered to be unobserved. We don't know what the variable is, but it's unobserved. Therefore, it's very important for us to include all the variables that you can ever think of that may influence the which. I repeat, you have to include all the variables that you can ever think of that could affect the which. Only by doing that, you can include all the variables that could be the explained variable. That is not discrimination. Any residual of the gender which gap that cannot be explained by these variables, that could be due to something unobserved, something that is not yet to be included in the model. And we call that as a discrimination. That's why, which is why from time to time, if you have omitted any variables, you may have wrongly overestimated the extent of the discrimination. You thought that the discrimination is that serious, but it's just because that you have forgotten to include some other variables into the model. Only after you have included other variables into the model, now it seems like discrimination, the extent of discrimination seems to be lower. Okay, so that is to explain your first question. And the second question is about if the employer found that there is a discrimination or the racial discrimination, what shall the employer do to eliminate the discrimination? Is that what you mean? Is that what you mean? Now, it is proven that the discrimination does occur. So that's why the Oaxaca which decomposition, we have to refer, that's why it's important for us to estimate the Oaxaca which decomposition in order to identify the percentage, the proportion of the discrimination. So remember just now, when I said the gender which gap is $300, okay, $300. So out of the $300, so 100% of this $300, so how many percent is due to discrimination and how many percent of the which gap is due to the gender differences in the characteristic, that can be measured in the model. So if the proportion of the discrimination is very trivial, very small, let's say 90% of the wage gap is due to the differences in the characteristic, and only 10% of the wage gap is due to the discrimination. So therefore, the discrimination is relatively under control. So it's not serious unless you say you have a greater proportion of the wage gap that is explained by the discrimination and a smaller proportion of the wage gap that is explained by the explained portion or the productivity characteristics, and that is considered to be serious, and the action should be taken. And the government should play the role to implement the anti-discrimination policy, and also maybe to implement the affirmative action to instruct the workers to make it legitimate here, to make it unlawful to discriminate the worker, make it unlawful to discriminate the worker. All right. So of course the government should assign the we say that the labor market inspector. There is a term called labor market inspector. Now this labor market inspector are those from the Ministry of Human Resource, Ministry of the government, the people from the government, the ministry, the officer from the government who actually play the role as the inspector, who enters into the industry, enters into the company to take a look at the wage structure, to observe, to scrutinize on the wage structure and the working condition, and to report to the Minister of the Human Resource. That is what the government can do, to scrutinize, to monitor the wage structure in order to avoid the discrimination. That is what the government can do. Of course, the employer can also do, to address this problem by, by showing the sympathy, the empathy, by showing the empathy to the workers. Okay, because the workers have already shown their effort. So it's just like the employer and the employees are just like they enter into the contract, into a labor contract. Employer pays for the service provided, offered by the workers. So in turn, of course, the workers must increase the productivity. Therefore, the employer and the employee must sit together in order to discuss. And also the labor union has to negotiate with the employer to fight for the human right or the labor right of the workers in order to eliminate the discrimination if the discrimination has been found. Hopefully I have already explained the question, answered your question. All right, thank you. Faith Hutagalung, yeah. And we have Rio Puji.
Thank you, Doctor.
Yes.
My question is, what do you think about liberalization in labor market? That give a positive impact for labor wages or not?
What do you think is labor what? Labor what?
Liberalization.
Liberalization.
Yes,
Did you mean
yes,
liberalization? Liberalization. Liberalization.
Yes, Doctor.
Okay. Kebebasan. Liberalization, something liberal. Open-mindedness. Kebebasan. Keterbukaan. Yeah. All right. Liberalization. Okay. So what do you think about liberalization on? What's your next?
Yeah, that give a positive impact for labor wages or not?
Okay, now in this case, you have to identify, you have to understand what does the liberalization mean. Liberalization in terms of hiring, liberalization in terms of the salary payment. So what kind of a liberalization do you mean? The liberalization can be in terms of the trade liberalization or the trade openness. Now, if you mean that if the liberalization that you mentioned just now refers to the labor market liberalization in terms of hiring, in terms of hiring regardless of the skin color, regardless of the gender, regardless of the demographic background, so that is called liberalization. Now, of course, if this is the meaning of the liberalization that you mentioned just now, definitely that is the improvement in the hiring. So the employer did not hire the workers on the basis of the gender, on the basis of the race, on the basis of the religion, on the basis, the employer does not discern, does not differentiate the workers on the basis of gender, religion, ethnic, skin color, and so on and so forth. That's called liberalization. If that's the case, definitely you will foresee that the wage gap can be improved. Okay, the wage gap can be improved, and the liberalization can be in terms of the education investment. Now, if the male and the female have been receiving the equal chance of enrolling into the university, all right, there is no discrimination at the point of schooling. So of course, this is the liberalization in terms of the education system. Okay, if that's the case, definitely the man or the women, or maybe the majority group and the majority and the minority group may be able to get the equal right of entering into the university or entering into the school. Therefore, this so-called liberalization in the education may result in a more equal wage distribution. Okay, so you have to understand what does it mean by liberalization. It could be trade liberalization. It could be a labor market liberalization. Yeah, it could be the education liberalization. All right, liberalization is something very broad, so you have to be more specific. Okay, all right. So of course, definitely it will result in narrowing the wage gap, And when you talk about liberalization, what you mean about liberalization is trade liberalization. So the country actually attracts more high quality foreign investors to invest into a country. Now this foreign investors, the high quality foreign investors, maybe they will be very particular with the labor market equality, or maybe will be very particular in the treatment, the fair treatment among the workers with a different demographic group. Okay, now under this situation, if you want to attract the foreign investors, you have to make sure there is no discrimination in the labor market, because the foreign investor have been very particular with the labor market situation. All right, in a country. Okay, so just like the foreign investors may be interested in the country if the country invests heavily on environmental preservation. Okay, and without any forced labor. Now, if the country actually is flooded by the forced labor, so the foreign investors who are very particular with it may not be investing into this country. So liberalization, trade liberalization, having the high quality foreign investors to invest in the country will more or less reduce the gender wage gap as well, because the foreign investors actually are particular in terms of how the men and the women have been treated in the labor market. Now, that kind of a liberalization will help in narrowing the wage gap between the men and the women, the white and the black, and also the majority and the minority groups. All right, hope I've answered your question. Thank you, Ria. Patrick Timothy.
All right, sir. Thank you for the time. I have a question about the wage differentials and the discriminations for the workers. What happens if there's one company and you have male workers and the female workers? There's a wage differential in that company, and the female workers are united to the demonstration action for not working for the company again. What happened to them? What is the interruption if the government are handling these problems, and what is the best solution in your opinion about this thing? Because,
well, in my opinion, yeah. But definitely we always want to protect or maintain the harmonious industrial relation. Okay, we want to maintain the harmonious industrial relation. We don't want to, for the employer and the employee to be at the loggerhead, to quarrel. And of course, the bargaining should be a friendly one, an amicable one. All right. So that's why in order to maintain the harmonious industrial relation, definitely any dissatisfaction should be brought into the table of discussion, and it should be solved over the table of discussion. So therefore, if any party if any worker or any group of workers in the company is dissatisfied with the working condition, definitely by all means they can actually form a union, or maybe they can have the union to fight for the right, definitely. But of course, once there is a request from the union, definitely the employer has to answer. So how to answer the question? Definitely the employer and the trade union, the workers association, the trade union has to sit down to negotiate for a better outcome. Okay, amicably, at a friendly manner. All right, without having to be brought it to the industrial relation court. Okay, without having to bring it to the industrial relation court. Now, of course, if the workers feel that they had been discriminated and the employer had been showing less concern to the welfare of this worker, by all means, the employees, the workers can actually file a complaint to the labor office. In Malaysia, yes, we can do that. The workers can do that. I'm sure in your country, in Indonesia, the Indonesian workers can also do that as well, to file a complaint to the labor office or the labor department in Indonesia. And of course, the labor department will be very helpful and will be very protective on the workers. So that's why the Ministry of the Human Resource will take action. Of course, before taking any legal action, of course, the Ministry of the Human Resource may have to investigate. Therefore, the labor inspectors I mentioned to Deborah just now, the labor inspectors I mentioned, or the 5, I mentioned the 5 just now. The labor inspectors play this role because the government wants to know whether it's true or not that the discrimination really happened in that company. All right, so therefore, if the negotiation is unsuccessful between the employer and the employees, by all means, the employees can take it to the street, strike, putting on a strike, taking to the street. All right, that happens in many countries, but this is something that can be avoided. If it can be avoided, of course, we want to try to avoid it because we want to solve this problem amicably. All right, and without escalating it to that level. But if it's not successful, I'm sure there will be another channel for the employees to voice their dissatisfaction. That is through the labor office of the Ministry of the Human Resource. All right, so I hope I've answered your question. You have any other question? Have I answered all your questions?
Very understandable, sir. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Patrick. Nia Hutagalong. Nia? Nia, you have any question? Please turn on your mic. I can't hear you. I can't hear you. I can't hear you. So would you like to type your message on the chat box? I can't hear you.
Maybe there is a problem with your mic, Nia. Can you type? Oh, okay.
Okay, now.
Okay.
Nia, yes.
Thank you, sir, for the time. I want to ask, what do you think about someone who has a skill, but with the skill he has, he gets low wage in his own country, but in another country he will get a higher wage with the skills he has. Then he decides to work in that country that give him a higher salary. Then what the impacts to both of countries? Thank you.
But of course, this comes under the topic of the migration. This is not the topic of the discrimination. It's not the topic of the wage differentials or the minimum wage. But this is a topic on the push factor and the pull factor of the migration. Definitely, people may have the motivation to migrate outwards, migrate to another country, if he or she feels that the knowledge that he or she possesses in his home country is not well rewarded. Okay, so for example, maybe he has this skill and this skill is not brought to the full use. It is not well capitalized or it's not well leveraged by the local employers in his own home country. Okay, and the salary is low for the skill set that he had, partly because that the technology level in this home country is not up to the standard for him to apply his skill. So therefore, these workers will decide to move out, to seek for the greener pastures, to look for a better position outward, outside of the country, to migrate to another developed country, because a developed country is considered to have a higher technology level that can actually utilize or capitalize on the skills possessed by these workers. So that is the reason why migration occurred and the brain drain occur. The impact is that now that it could be positive impact and it could be negative impact. Now let's talk about the positive impact. When the migration occurs, definitely the destination country or the host country or the destination country, yeah, where the workers are heading to. All right, so these countries will actually enjoy the benefit from the high skilled possessed by the workers. The productivity of these countries can be improved. The value of the output produced by this country will be increased. Just look at how many people now. Look at the Asian, for example, Asian working in the Western country, in the US or in the UK. There are so many high-skilled Asians working in those countries, and they are actually contributing to the economic growth and economic performance in those countries. All right, that's the positive impact. Okay, but there's also another negative impact to the home country as well, the initial country, the country of origin, home this person had left. Because the workers, the brain drain had occurred. The high-skilled workers had actually flown out of the home country. And the skilled workers actually had been trained in the home country. And now it's moving out of the home country to help to serve another host country. So therefore, the productivity of the home country will be lower, because the worker is no longer contributing to the economic growth of the home country. So that's the negative impact. But hang on, there is a positive impact. Yeah, so every cloud has its own silver lining, we say that. So that means in this case, even though we say it is a negative impact, but hang on, look at that. The money that you have earned at the developed country, at the host country, of course, it's relatively high. Like you mentioned just now, the skill will be well rewarded in the developed country compared to the developing country, right? So therefore, in this case, if you're working in a developed country, you're going to make a huge fortune out of it. You're going to make a bigger money out of it. So the money that it can be repatriated back to your country of origin through the remittance. Of course, when you're working overseas, definitely you will kirim wang. You're going to send back your money to your hometown, to your parents, to your families, back to your home country, right? That is called remittance. And the remittance can be used to stimulate the consumption in the home country. So the consumption can be increased. So when the consumption is increased, what happened to the Y? Remember macroeconomics, the national accounting, Y equals to C plus I plus G plus X minus M. When the consumption is increased, thanks to the remittance, now the Y is also increased. So it will help to boost the economic growth in the home country, thanks to the remittance. So therefore, there is a pro and the cons for these brain drain. And your topic comes under the big topic of migration. Perhaps if you invite me for another guest lecture, maybe we can discuss about the migration. Okay, all right. Thank you very much for your question. All right. Do you have any other question? No more. Yeah. We take a last question. We have to wrap up the session today. Yeah. Are you the last question from you?
Okay. Thank you for this opportunity. As we know, there's a difference in the minimum wage. My question is, does a high minimum wage in area indicate high welfare in an area, and why the minimum wage in a nation's capital is always higher than the other regions? Thank you.
What do you mean by always higher than another reason? What is the another reason that you mentioned? Another region within the same country, or another region within the continent? What do you mean?
In the country.
In the same country, same
Yes.
country with a different minimum wage level. Is that what you mean? So what about in Indonesia? Does different province in Indonesia have different minimum wage level? Is it true?
Yes.
Yes. So that means Jakarta's minimum wage is different from Sumatra's minimum wage. And the minimum wage in the Nusa Dua, in the Bali, is different from the minimum wage in some other parts of Indonesia, right? That is the same as China, because China is very huge. There are 31 provinces in China, and it's just the same as Indonesia. There's so many provinces, so many kabupaten, right? Kabupaten, right? So many provinces and so many daerah or kabupaten in Indonesia. So therefore, different area comes with a different cost of living, and with a different cost of living, that comes a different level of the minimum wage. It's just as simple as that. Therefore, in China as well, you can see that those provinces located far north or closer to the east coast, nearer to the beach, nearer to the coastal area, all right, like Shanghai, Beijing, Hangzhou, okay? So all these are closer to Japan, Korea, you know. This is where the foreign investors have been flourished. The economic activities in these areas or in these provinces actually have been active, all right, active. And it's compared to the economic activities have been greater in these areas compared to those areas located in the south or in other parts of China. Therefore, the cost of living in this area located near the economic hub, definitely it will be higher. When the cost of living is higher, therefore the minimum wage should be higher as well, in order to be commensurate or in order to match the daily expenses. All right. Whereas for those provinces where the economic growth is relatively low and the cost of living is relatively low, therefore the wage that is paid will be relatively low. And the number of the investors, the foreign investors, were not crowded into this area. It will be more crowded. It will be more, you know, concentrated into those areas located at the coastal region. Coastal region. I think it's almost the same. So therefore, in Jakarta, if the minimum wage in Jakarta is the highest among all other provinces in Jakarta, I guess that is reasonable, because the cost of living in Jakarta is higher, and the economic activities in Jakarta and the foreign direct investors in Jakarta, I think they're more active, and there are more foreign direct investors in Jakarta than any other parts of the Indonesia. So therefore, the cost of living and also the wage and the remuneration should be different across different provinces. Even within the same province in China, within the same province, there are different daerah. We call it, you call it as a kabupaten. All right, within the same wilaya or province, there's a few kabupaten. So in China, there are a few areas within the same province as well. And even within the same province, there comes a different level of the minimum wage. Is that the same in Indonesia as well? Or the minimum wage is the same within the same province, regardless of the kabupaten? Is it the same for the same region, for the same wilaya or the province? Yes? So that means that there is a regional difference in terms of the minimum wage that is due to the economic situation, the economic performance in that area, and also the cost of living in that area. All right, I hope I've answered your question. Okay, thank you very much, Ayu, for your question, and thank you very much for your insightful question. And hopefully I've already answered all the questions I've posed and that you have posted here. Back to you, Yola. Yes.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Wai. So this is the end of our meetings. Thank you, Dr. Wai. We got a lot of knowledge from you. Thank you for sharing to us. And I hope that we can meet again with another class, or maybe we can meet in person soon, inshallah. On behalf of the Faculty of Economic and Business, Universitas Sumatera Utara in Department of Economic Development, I say thank you, Dr. Wai, and apologize if during the class we have any problem or miscommunication. And also thank you for all of you, our students who joined the meeting. Okay, see you in another chance. Good afternoon, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Dr. Wai.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for having me. Thank you very much for having. You're doing great. You're doing great. Everyone is doing great. Yeah. Hope to see you in the future.
Thank you, doctor.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks for having me. See you.